The young lady still remembers that day. It was a very ordinary day, and there was nothing special about it. It was sunny and windy, as usual. Then one of the countless days of working in the field, with grass. Then a voice came accompanied by a bright light, and asked if the girl was Lottie Pian. The young lady replied that yes, that was right, and that she was. But when she raised her gaze higher, she thought that this could not be. The creature told the girl that it would give her a task. And the young lady understands that if she had not listened to that voice and had run away, her life could have been peaceful. God exists in this world, and He works miracles and also takes care of it. And next to the main God, there are 12 more gods. Countless people have received messages from God through priests, but since she was one of those who does not believe in this, then thought that it has nothing to do with God. And now the girl is, and also thinks, whether He decided to contact her personally. The creature tells the young lady to prepare the elixir of immortality of the gods. The girl with a trembling voice asks what kind of elixir it is, and then wonders why the beans are the elixir of immortality. The creature claims that he knows that it is impossible to create him, even if he spends his whole life on it, so he will give the young lady a new life. The main character is then a little surprised, and the god puts a mark on her forehead and says that if she manages to prepare the elixir, then she will be worshipped all her life, and even the gods will recognize her, because he will put her in the place of one of the 12 gods. The main character is then a little surprised and thinks that she is sure of what he said. A new life means that she will study attraction until she falls into a crippling sleep, and even after that, the young lady then agreed and claimed that she would make him an elixir, but she thinks she was just as naive then. She accepted God's offer, and so her new life began. She had problems with one guy, and she also studied herbal medicine for a very long time. Thanks to this research in the field of herbal medicine, she has made phenomenal progress. After that, this guy went into eternal sleep less than a year later in the body of a 3-year-old baby. But only when the girl became older was she able to restore her memories. And now the young lady understands that she should have known that she would screw up, and the age at which people regain their memories and the reincarnation cycle were random. And what's more, now the girl is screaming why herbalism regresses with each reincarnation. She also understands that in this life, a cure for hair loss needs to be developed. In her first life, the girl became a goblin and only screamed what kind of curse this was. In the second life, the traumatic still did not keep up with her progress. And in the fourth life, a dragon came to her, and they became friends after they drank together. You are the 5th life girl, finally born, a long liver. That is a mermaid, but she still did not understand how it was possible to study traumatic underwater. And it turned out that she sang badly. In her 7th life, she fell into eternal sleep as soon as her memories returned, because the Demon King killed everyone. In her 8th life, the girl was born an elf and understood that if she took good care of you, she could easily live for 1,000 years. But just 10 years after her memories of her past life returned to her, she fell ill and fell into an eternal sleep. And this is the disease that elves suffer from. In her 9th life, the girl realized that she had finally prepared the elixir, and it was imperfect but good enough to present to the gods. However, God claimed that this was not bad, but in order to rise to the position of a god, a perfect elixir was needed. The young lady was then a little surprised and claimed that this was all she could do, and she asked to be allowed to choose her next life. God replied that it was impossible, but He would send her straight to the next life. The main character then thought about what it was and whether it was a portal to the underworld. She also thought about whether she could just hit the one He gave her. And now the girl remembers moments from her past lives and also understands that she has been reborn again. But above her is the same sky as when she first met God. Young ladies also think that the gods are behind these clouds. And the young lady wonders if they will sit there drinking the elixir she has prepared. But she also thinks that she will again fall into eternal sleep, after which the young lady immediately starts running. and one of the knights asks where she is running. However, the little girl only climbs the stairs and then enters one of the rooms. And then he screams out that they should inform all the gods and all the people in this world that she is Lottie Peon from this reincarnation, declares a strike. The girl also understands that now she is honestly tired, so she screams that she doesn't want to work. Then the young lady goes down the hall and says that she should look at this body first. The girl also wonders how old she is, 13 or 14, and also wonders if she will remember later. But when the young lady looks at herself in the mirror, she says that it looks quite cute. However, now the young lady coughs and looks at her hand and sees that there is red liquid there, after which she examines the body and thinks, what the hell happened, and why doesn't it hurt anywhere? Because if that's the case, then it means it's a lung disease. The girl also understands that this is a body with a limited lifespan, and she is like a fish. Well, the young lady still thinks that it's not a big deal, and that she can prolong her life in other ways, because it's just a matter of time. And also, if she becomes a level 8 wizard, her lifespan will increase. But this requires mana, and the girl still thinks that it is okay if she becomes a sword master. And it could also be a spiritual kinship or divine power. However, the young lady has none of these. At that moment, a knight bursts into the room and screams at the princess. The young lady then wonders in shock what he just said. And also, is she really a princess? The man at this time says that the young lady is there and he searched for her. And the main character understands that this is the emblem of the kingdom of Pandarion and wonders if he is a knight of the kingdom of Pandarion. The man replies that everything is correct, and the young lady says that he called her princess, and that means she is the princess of this kingdom. The young man is a little surprised, but answers that yes. And after this, the main character just smirks and realizes that she thought she had nothing. But it turns out she has power and money, and this place has existed for more than 1,000 years. And she is the princess of the great kingdom of Pandarion. And that means she has a lot of money. The body is not functioning well, so I still have to work, and I can simply prolong my life with expensive elixirs. After which the young lady turns to the knight and says that she is tired, and also asks him, take her to her chambers. However, when the main character enters the room, she is very surprised, and he wonders if she really belongs to the princess. But no matter how you look at it, it looks like a prison. The knight at this time claims that this is the prison, but also this is the room of Her Royal Highness Princess Lottie. The young lady then realizes that in this life, her name is also Lottie, after which she claims that she seems to have memory problems, and the girl asks if she is the king's illegitimate daughter or the daughter of his second wife, and the knight replies that she is not, after which the girl claims that she must have done something wrong, to which the knight again replies that she did not. And Her Royal Highness was also arrested for attempting to poison Her Majesty, the former queen. The main character then gets shocked and wonders what he said. Little while later, the knight is already leaving, and the young lady left alone thinks, what the hell is this? And she tried so hard every time. And in return, she got this. And the princess is terminally ill and also has no talent and is also in prison. But the good news is that she ran out during her walk, and under those circumstances, she could have gone into eternal sleep and been reborn. Well, she declared that she would no longer make the elixir. This means that after falling into eternal sleep, inevitable karma awaits her, so she will have to look for another way out of this situation. The girl also understands that first she needs to clear her head, after which she goes to the bucket where there should be water. But he sees that she is not there, after which he sees all the spirits and also thinks, is it really not all that time that the spirits in the form of drops ask whether the girl can see them? The young lady realizes that she cannot summon strong spirits, but spirits of this level are easy to summon. One of the spirits at this time claims that he feels the energy of the Spirit King, after which he asks if the girl has signed a contract, to which she replies that this is true, and she has signed a contract with the fourth Spirit King. The girl understands that in her previous reincarnations, she met the fourth take the spirits and signed the contract. Spiritual contract is a contract with the soul, so it can summon the spirit king, but if it stays in this body, it will fall into eternal sleep. At this time, the two droplets claim that they understood, and although the girl is a human, she is still a contractor of the fourth king, after which they also ask if the girl is a traveler, and the main character says that she is more of a tramp, and wonders if they could bring her some water so she can wash herself. The girl understands that the spirits and some intelligent beings who knew her personality called her a companion. And then two spirits bring water and also ask if this is enough and if this water is clean enough. The young lady then washes herself and realizes that usually when she indulges in memories, she mentally returns to her past incarnations. She needs to go to the forest of Kranis, located in the center of the continent. There are thousands of monsters there, and there are also orcs, trolls, and even dragons. And in the middle of all this is her tower. This is her heavenly laboratory, where dangerous experiments do not cause any problems, and there were rare herbs growing near her. But the problem was that if she continued to live in this body, she would fall into eternal sleep. So first, she has to stay there for a while. And anyway, she was caught trying to poison the wife of the former king, and the young lady wonders how she is still alive. And it is a miracle that she was not executed without trial. Now the girl is wondering why they put her into a crippled sleep. Well, at that very moment, the door to the room opens, and someone addresses the young lady as a mudblood. It turns out to be a young man with red eyes and black hair, and also asks if the girl said that she lost her memory base, for which he only laughs and says that the mudblood lost her memory. The young man also asks if she thought that if she put the queen into eternal sleep, she would hide her dirty blood. The girl is a little surprised after this, and the young man just cries out whether she is listening to him. The main character then answers with a smile on her face that no, and she is not listening, and the young men ask how she dares to say such a thing. The girl is just interested in who he is, and the guy knows that she has lost her memory. Lottie also guesses who he might be, and the young man then claims that he is in front of her. The second prince of the royal family, Pandarian named Arkin, stands. The main character is silent for a while after that, but then he says that it is good, and addresses Akron by name. The young man then cries out for the girl to call him Prince Akron. The main character wonders why she needs this, but when she looks at the guy, she thinks what is wrong with him. She also understands very well what her life was like here, and that the girl was subjected to abuse by her family and the public, because of which began to repay them in kind. Now the main character lies down, sighs, and then turns to Arkin, and also to ask if he wants her to call him Prince. But she tried to put the queen into eternal sleep, so let the young man tell her what happened, and she thinks that her memory will return if he tells her about it. The guy then thinks that the young lady has changed, after which he hesitates a little, but still claims that Her Majesty fainted when the girl was drinking tea alone. The inspector said what was in the tea which the girl gave to Her Majesty, and the maid showed what kind of tea they brewed. So, now the young man points his finger at her and claims that this means the young lady is guilty, and asks if she understands. After this, the girl only smiles and thanks Arkin, and the young man only cries out whether she even heard what he just said. The main character understands that it was obvious, and the power as well as the abilities, and the reason why the princess, with poor health, tried to plunge the queen into eternal sleep. But none of that matters, because the accusations are false. Now the young lady claims she needs to go somewhere, and also claims that she has a lot of work, so it's time for her to go. However, the knight screams for the princess to wait, but then someone else runs to her. It turns out to be a prince, and he stands in front of the young lady, and also screams that no. He also claims that the criminal should not be allowed to leave prison so easily, and the knight claims that the king told him that if the girl runs away again, she will fall into eternal sleep. The young man says that this is exactly how it is, and that is why he tells the girl to come back quickly. Lottie thinks it's cute that he's trying so hard, but it's no use, so she tells Arkin to calm down. She also claims that she wants to take a walk and that it is a privilege of being a member of the Pandarian royal family. The two are then a little surprised, and the young lady claims that even if a member of the royal family commits a crime, then he can go out with an escort and be in a certain area. One of the servants replies that the girl is right and such a privilege exists, but the prince asks why he didn't know about it. The girl claims that usually vassals or relatives accompany her, but she is nobody to him. The young man hesitates a little, but still grabs the girl by the hand, and he also says that there is nothing to worry about. One of the servants then turns to His Majesty and tells him to wait for him. Well, then the young man suddenly stops and cries out, "Is he really her escort?" And the girl wonders, has it really just dawned on him? A little while later, the king is already interested in what the guy wanted to say, and the girl steps forward, and the boy understands that this is not how a parent usually looks at their child. At this time, the man turns to Arkin and asks what he was thinking when he brought the criminal there. The young man then becomes very nervous and tries to tell His Majesty, the great king, something. However, the main character stops the boy and asks him not to blame His Highness Prince Arkin because it was she who asked him. The man then asks if she asked, and the girl claims that she just wants to clear her name. The king then claims that he heard the girl had lost her memory and wonders how she is going to prove that she was unfairly accused. And the main character thinks that this is not how a conversation between a father and daughter should be, but the fact that he did not ignore it is a good sign. However, the girl then remembers something and understands that talking to the king will be a problem, and she can't be wrong. But while her life is in danger, she will leave it for later. Now the young lady states that she has one request. The boy then turns to her, a little worried, and asks what she wants to say. And the young lady then comes even closer and claims that it will not take long, and if His Majesty allows her to meet the former queen, then she will prove that she was framed. The king then claims that Her Majesty the Queen is in very bad condition, and he wonders if the girl really wants him to take her to the queen, after which he says that this criminal should be immediately put in prison. However, the main character only claims that 1 hour will be enough to clear her name. The prince then whispers to himself whether she has gone mad, because if something goes wrong, she will fall into a crippling sleep, but the girl tells him not to worry. The king then agrees, and the main character smiles, and also understands that often, of course, it will not be enough, but she will manage. However, then the man claims that he is only giving her 30 minutes, and the girl is shocked and thinks, was it really that God who did all this? After that, the young lady heads to the queen's room and sees her lying in bed in a bad condition. The young lady also understands that her condition is worse than she thought, and her breathing is very weak, but it is not because of her age, and it's not poison. And if it's not him, then the woman ate something wrong, and the tea leaves that she gave her. They were popular in the capital, and there was nothing special about them. The girl claims that there was no poison in the tea, but she was still kept in a state of torture. And one of the servants claims that only 2 days have passed since they received the results. The girl also asks if they checked other foods that Her Majesty was eating at the time. And the man claims that she fainted after drinking the tea. But there was no poison found in either the tea or the cup. The main character then wonders what the reason is and whether she has missed something. But then the girl suddenly remembers something and wonders if this is really true. A little while later, the two spirits say that the young lady was right and there was no problem with the tea. The main character then says that it is good, and she thanks them for their help, and also understands that what was to be expected because she turned out to be right. But the problem is different. At this time, someone announces that the time is up and asks if the princess has checked what she wanted. The girl tells them to come in, after which the king and his 2 wards enter the room. The main character looking at how one of them smirks. She wonders who this is, and she doesn't think that this guy is a knight or a servant. At this time he sits down at the table and says that the girl can begin to what the young lady agrees, and says that as far as he knows the problem is not in the tea and in the water. The man says that it is impossible, and that this water was from a spring, and the young lady understands that it came from a spring created by fairies, and that this water gives energy to whoever drinks it, and it is spring water that enhances the taste of dishes, after which he claims that all members of the royal family drink this water and use it in cooking. And besides, why did only the empress suffer? The main character says that she will check, and this water is not for people with poor health, and the problem arose because tea leaves were boiled in this water. The girl understands that this water does not go well with the tea leaves, and the queen is one of the people with poor health in the palace. At this time, the man asks if the girl wants to say that it is because of the spring water, and the main character says that it is true. The king then turns to the butler and asks if there is any tea left in the palace. The man replies that yes, a new tea was recently delivered, after which the king says that they should brew tea with water from the spring. A little while later, the tea is already filled with hot water, and the main character realizes that she is ready to prove her innocence. Well, to do this, someone must drink it, after which someone turns to His Highness, and he apologizes but claims that it is not easy to prove that the problem is in mixing the products, and it will take a long time. And besides, he thinks that Her Highness should drink tea herself. The main character is silent for a while after that, and she also understands that on the one hand, she is the closest to the queen in terms of health, but on the other hand, this man forces her to do it, and the girl is thinking whether to refuse or have a drink. The king claims that this is not necessary, which surprises the two, and the man says that he will try the tea. At the same moment, another servant turns to the king and asks him to do so. After all, they don't even know how to cure it. However, the king replies that they don't and claims that he will try himself. And it also seems to him that the princess knows a way to cure. The main character only smirks after this, and he claims that this is true. And the man asks Marquis Floyd if this is enough. The Marquis replies that of course, and then just get angry. The young lady looks at that man, and also wonders whether it seemed to her or whether he looks angry, after which His Majesty takes the tea in his hands, and he drinks it. Then he puts the mug on the table and is silent for a while, after which he says, yes, and he feels something strange, but it's not enough to make him lose consciousness. The main character says that of course it is. After all, it is all because of the big difference in age and physical condition of His Majesty and the former queen. And this is the reason for the different symptoms. And in the case of His Majesty, there will only be a slight pain in the stomach. The man says that just like then, he claims that he asks her about the queen, after which he wonders if the reason for such a grave condition is her venerable age. The girl replies that no, and rather that the treatment method is incorrect, because there are still prescriptions for medications. They prescribed it based on poisoning. And as His Majesty understands, if they give me the medicine, the patient's condition will worsen. After which, the king turns to the chamberlain and orders him to schedule a second examination, and also to find out the recipe for the correct medicine from the princess and prepare it. The man then replies that it will be done, and the main character understands that finally all charges are dropped. This means she will return to a room with good furniture and will eat, sleep, and play well, and then eat again and repeat everything else. The girl understands that perhaps the king will want to reward you, and then she wonders what she can ask of him. Well, then someone turns to the princess, and when the girl looks a little higher, she sees His Majesty in front of her, who says that he has a question. The little girl wonders when he came, but claims that she is listening to His Majesty, and the man asks who gave her such knowledge, and also, was it really her? The young lady then thinks about the same thing he says, and the man once again asks whether the girl got this knowledge from her, after which the young lady claims that she studied on her own. Man just closes his eyes and sighs. He also states that the baby must be tired, and then he will go. A little while later, the young lady comes to Her Majesty's palace, And the main character looking at this building thinks it's a palace, but understands that the building seems to be strong. After which, the girl looks at the garden around her and wonders why it is in such a deplorable state. And when she goes inside, the girl realizes that all the furniture can break at any moment. And this is strange, because she feels both good and bad at the same time. And it seems that this is a dollhouse with a good landing. A little while later, the servant already leads the girl to the princess's room. And the young lady understands that the room is too small for a princess, but still very cozy. Although compared to her prison room, it is much better. The young lady turns to the servant, and she apologizes and asks how many people are assigned to her. The young man replies that he only knows about one maid. And at that very moment, someone's steps are heard. The main character turns around and wonders who it is, after which he sees a maid who turns to the princess with tears in her eyes. The servant says that she is the princess's personal maid and then asks to be allowed to take his leave. The maid then, with tears in her eyes, claims that she knew that the mistress was not capable of such a thing, but they did not believe her. The young lady wonders if this is her personal maid and tries to calm her down. The girl then claims that she is very glad that the lady has returned, and she was so worried, but she asks Miss Lottie, why was she completely silent today? Of course, she is usually a man of few words, but something has changed. The main character is then a little surprised and asks if this is really so, and also wonders if they are closer in this life. The girl also understands that she should actually remember this life, but now her head is empty. Therefore, she claims that in fact, she has lost her memory and does not remember anything at all, and also understands that this is her chance to find out everything. The maid then asks in shock if the mistress has really lost her memory, after which everyone will pay for it, and also asks if this is all because of her. And that's because she couldn't pass on the medication for daily use, after which his girlfriend falls to the floor, apologizes, and claims that she should have taken care of it. But the main character grabs her hands and screams that it is not Betty's fault, and it is just an accident. Therefore, let the girl not blame herself. The maid then tries to object to something, and also asserts that in the palace, she is the only maid. There are only the two of them there. The main character, looking at the maid, understands that apparently they were closer than she thought, and she thought frivolously that the loss of memory would not bother anyone. However, now the girl is only hugging the maid, and she apologizes for scaring her, and it's not Betty's fault. And the girl also claims that if the maid becomes calmer, then let her help her restore her memories. After all, Betty is the only one she can trust. The maid then smiles sincerely, and she says that she will help the lady, after which she tells the story. And to summarize what was said, the young lady is 15 years old, and Betty is her age. The crown prince stands above her, and the crown princess and Akron below. And from the story, it is clear that there is a war for the throne between the crown prince and the crown princess, all because of the fact that they are the same age and both are exceptionally talented. For example, Akron is a little inferior to them in quality, and this child is better than she thought. But now the young lady is wondering why everyone hates her, because if we talk about her, there is nothing outstanding. However, the maid then claims that in fact, the mistress is Her Majesty's child, and the main character is shocked and also claims that she heard that she is not illegitimate. The maid officially claims that the lady is His Majesty's child, and 10 years ago, he brought her to the palace and declared her his daughter. However, Her Majesty accepted her as her own child, and the main characters now think that this is the end. And also, everything is ruined, and if even Betty knows about it, then absolutely everyone knows about it. The young lady also remembers how the king asked if she had given this knowledge about the girl, and understands that he must have been talking about her real mother. And now she even understands why the queen and others hate her, but she wonders why the king adopted her. The maid at this time turns to Miss Lottie and says that this is not the most important thing now, and the young lady is only interested in whether there might be something that might surprise her more. Betty, however, claims that they don't have a single piece of food left, so all they can do is starve. The main character is then in shock and wonders if this is all real, and the girl claims that there are some sprouted potatoes left and wonders whether to cook them for dinner. The main character then says that she would not like to and suggests that the maid take a rest because she will find some food. Betty then says no, and if she asks to work in another palace, then they will have some money. However, the main character says that this is not necessary. Well, then someone bursts into the room, and when the young lady turns around, she sees a prince there. The young man is only interested in why it is so dirty there, and the main character thinks that he should sympathize with them. A little while later, they are already sitting at a luxurious table and eating. The maid says, "It's incredibly delicious," and the main character agrees. The prince asks if there really aren't any cooks in the palace, and are they starving? The maid tells the master that no, and they are not starving. They just haven't eaten anything for several days. The young man then claims that this is starvation, and the main character wonders why Arkin came. The young man then looks away and says that it just happened that way, and he was worried. Lottie asks if everything is really like this, and the young man, embarrassed, cries out that everything is not like this and that he was not worried after all. The main character wonders if this is true and claims that she was worried about him, after which the young man is surprised and asks if this is true and also if she was worried. The girl replies that yes, and she had to leave quickly, so they didn't even talk, and she was afraid that the guy would be punished by the king. The young man then claims that she is not in a position to worry about him so much, and the main character just thinks how cute he is. But then the main character notices that something is strange, and looking closer at the young man's hand, he realizes that there is a fresh burn mark there. That same evening, the young lady thinks about what she saw today and realizes that if the young man were even a little older, she would not have been so worried. And frankly, she was always distant because she drew boundaries between family and friends, because this was the only way I could fully immerse myself in science. But the little children are the exceptions, and they are the only ones who desperately need help. Therefore, she will help him. And the girl also thinks that the main thing is for her not to fall into eternal sleep. At this moment, someone turns to Miss Lottie and tells her that it is time for her to get ready. Lottie says yes, and they need to get ready, and the maid asks where they are going. The main character claims that she will need to do some cleaning. A little while later, the girl is already exhausted. She claims that they have finally arrived and thinks that she almost went crazy on the way. The maid then asks if this is really the prince's palace, and the girl replies that she will need to do something there. At that moment, someone turns to Princess Lottie and apologizes for meeting her so late. This turns out to be one of the words and claims that he will lead the lady into the living room, to which the girl agrees. A little while later, the young lady is already drinking tea, and the man claims that he brought her what the princess asked for, to which the girl thanks him. The servant hands over a list of servants' maids and other staff, as well as everyone who works in Her Majesty's palace. The main character realizes that there are many oddities in her palace, and firstly, there are actually many rooms in the palace, but only a few are used. The dining room is not accessible, and the other open rooms have absolutely no furniture. And secondly, there are practically no products, and the quality of those that are available is very poor. Usually, a lot of money is allocated to maintain the status of the imperial family, but the girl wonders where her entire budget goes. The main character examines the scroll with the workers and then hands it to Betty and tells her to take it. The girl then thanks the servant and also states that she would like to personally thank the prince. However, the man claims that unfortunately, he is currently having a morning lesson. The main character asks what kind of lesson it is, and the man replies that it is world history. The young lady understands that there is nothing surprising in the fact that a teacher was invited for the young prince, but something is wrong there, and the girl then asks if she can attend this lesson. Well, the man replies that unfortunately he is afraid it will be difficult to do, and also the Viscount does not like guests in his lessons. After which the young lady says that this is understandable and nothing can be done. The girl also asks if she could get some more food because she will return everything when she gets the money for next month. And the man claims that everything is fine and they live to help others, after which he asks if the princess is looking for something specific. The young lady says she doesn't even know, then turns to Betty and asks if she can check. After which the main character pulls the maid closer to her and whispers to her to stall for time because she needs to find out something. Betty replies that she will try, and a little while later the main character is already walking with another maid and also tells Betty that they will see each other later. The young lady looks around the palace and realizes that her intuition tells her what Akron's burns are somehow related to these lessons because she recently began to sense spirit energy. But then the girl suddenly stops and the maid asks Her Highness what happened. The main character claims that she needs to go to the restroom, and the maid says that she will take her there. However, the girl immediately jumps up from her seat, after which the maid screams for the mistress to wait. However, the princess already opens the door to one of the rooms and sees that it seems to be all on fire. There, the young lady also sees the prince who looks at her, and the teacher in shock, who uses this firepower. Akron asks what the girl is doing there, and the main character has a smirk on her face. She says that it doesn't seem like a restroom. She also tells Akron that she was told that there was a history lesson going on there, after which she comes closer to the man and asks if he thinks there aren't enough books for the lesson. She also wonders if this man is Viscount Polton, and he tells the princess that this is true. The young lady then understands that everything is as she thought, because there she feels the energy of the spirit, and the Viscount is the guardian of the spirit. In order to become one, you need to have more than just the ability to see spirits, but to possess magic, and a prerequisite is to be born with both qualities. Because of the jewels of this gift, there were many swindlers. Previously, there was no way to increase the connection with the spirit in any way, but scammers have succeeded in this matter, and it is obvious that this refers to the forces of Akron. The Viscount only addressed His Highness and asked if he could bring this fire closer to himself. The young man then looked at all this with a little surprise, and the man only claimed that in this way the prince would naturally increase his connection with the spirit. He also claimed with a smile on his face that he was not talking about ordinary fire, but about the invocation of the spirit of fire. The young man then asked if his father would look at him if he could use this fire and become a guardian. The man replied that of course he did, and said so that His Highness would believe him. After which, the boy stretched his hand towards the fire, but now he screams for the girl to get away, and he wonders how she dared to come to him. Lottie apologizes and says that she will go, but first, she apologizes to Viscount Polton and also claims that she was too rude. Lottie also extends her hand and asks if he can forgive her for her rudeness. The man with a smile on his face replies that of course, and even though the girl's apology is so-so, but it must have something to do with the fact that she spent a lot of time in prison. After which, the Viscount claims that he accepts her apology. However, the girl immediately grabs his hand, after which he squeezes her tightly and starts using his magic. The Viscount feels very strong pain from this, after which he falls to his knees. And looking at the princess, he thinks how she can have such a powerful force because he made a contract with a mid-level spirit. The girl understands that it is difficult for a guardian who has made a contract with a mid-level spirit to resist her power, and she is the person who made a contract with the Spirit King. The boy turns to the Viscount at this time and asks if he is okay. Well, when she looks at the man, she sees that he is already unconscious. The main character at this time turns to Akron, and she says that it is impossible to increase the connection by being exposed to the spirit of fire. The young man then asks how she knows, and the girl answers that this is a classic scam. and this man deceived Akron and also took advantage of his despair. The boy screams that this cannot be. After all, this man said that if he connects himself with the spirit of fire, he will gain a connection with Celeste, who is a mid-level spirit of fire. And the boy claims that then he too will be recognized, after which he begins to cry. And he cries out that he wants to be recognized. The girl is a little surprised by this, after which she comes closer to the young man and hugs him, and also states that it is not necessary to receive recognition, so let him not even think about it. Lottie also claims that he is amazing in himself and asks if the boy understands. The young lady understands that there is no need to go down a path that is not right for you, and that you can find another way. The road that will be fun and interesting. But now drops of red liquid are dripping onto the floor, after which the main character realizes in shock that this red liquid is coming out of her nose. Then the girl faints. The young man is very surprised and screams the girl's name. A little while later, the main character opens her eyes and sees Betty. The maid asks if the mistress has finally opened her eyes, and also wonders if Lottie understands how worried she was because the lady suddenly fell and she didn't regain consciousness for 2 days. The main character then asks in shock if she really slept for 2 days and also understands that she lost consciousness after a little effort. The girl also notices that the room is too luxurious and she hasn't been there before, after which she asks where they are. Well, then someone claims that this is his room. The young lady then sees the prince. Then she turns to the maid and asks if she will go out for a minute. Betty replies that yes, she will take care of business. And the main character turns to Akron and asks if he is okay. The young man answers that he is, and the girl asks what happened to the Viscount. The prince replies that he was fired. Lottie argues that he deserves public punishment, and wondering if the prince is going to tell His Majesty about this. However, the young man claims that then, if he tells His Majesty about this, he will look like a real fool, and his brother and sister will not communicate with him. So everyone will be annoyed when they find out that he was deceived. The main character then silently watches the young man cry, and then he turns to him and points to the bed, inviting him to sit down. The guy does so, and the main character comes a little closer to him and claims that he did nothing wrong. And people can make mistakes, and little kids do it even more often, and it's not their fault. After all, the guy was trying to find an answer. The young man then says that he is so lonely, and the girl replies that everything is fine because she will be next to him. In her thoughts, the young lady adds that she will worry about him and also praise him, and sometimes she will hug him like this. At this time, the young man understands that he has never felt such warmth, and he was just angry, after which the guy apologizes for laughing at the mudblood, and the girl claims that he is just a baby, so there is nothing to worry about. And then the young man asks, what is she talking about? And he is 10 years old. The main character then looks a little surprised and wonders if he is really 10 years old. And after that, the guy just gets angry and screams for her to stay there until she gets stronger. Then the young man leaves the room, and the main character realizes that he looks much younger. Well, he wonders if it's just outside. At that moment, someone knocks on the door, and the princess tells him to come in. It turns out to be the servant who said that the master was having history lessons. The young lady then asks why he lied to her, and the man apologizes and claims that he will accept any punishment. The girl claims that she will ask the question differently, and he wonders why he didn't tell His Majesty, and Akron, of course, crossed the line. But it was necessary to inform the king about this. The servant then asserts that in fact, he asked for an audience with His Majesty many times, but was always refused. The young lady then asks if he could not notify the queen or her maid, but he does not answer that Her Majesty was traveling through the provinces, and the maid was plunged into a crippling sleep. The girl understands that the relationship in this family is very bad, after which she says that nothing can be done, and she claims that she will tell the king everything and will not allow Akron to be punished. The servant then looks at the princess with a little surprise and then bows and thanks her. The main character says that it is good, but asks him to raise his head, after which the servant does so. A little while later, the girl turns to the maid and sees that she is a little agitated, and also asks what happened. The girl replies that they have come to see the mistress, and the young lady thinks who could need her, after which she tells this guest to come in. Then someone greets Her Highness, and the main character wonders who this person is. The man at this time claims that Her Majesty wishes to see the princess, and the girl wonders if she can't even rest. A little while later they arrive at Her Majesty's palace, and the man claims that the queen is walking in the garden, and the young lady wonders if she should go there. Then, the butler claims that the lady must first visit several places, and the young lady wonders where she needs to go. A little while later, the girl is already in the bathroom, and she thinks what it is, and also why they are treating her like this. One of the maids. He asks the princess if the water is warm enough, and the other one says she will bring her something to drink. A little while later, the girl is also dressed and asked which accessory she prefers. The young lady realizes that even if she sells just one of these expensive things, she will not have to go hungry for months. Well, now she's wondering why they're doing this, and whether they really gave the dress as a sign of hospitality. One of the maids claims that it is Her Majesty's order to give the dress and jewelry to Princess Lottie as an apology. The main character then thinks that these maids are also victims, and remembers how the guy claimed there were maids who testified against Lottie. Now the young lady just gets up and says that after meeting with Her Majesty, she will make a decision. A little while later, the girl is already out in the garden. The queen is talking to someone at this time and claims that, in the last days, Bariotra are rebelling. Then let them increase their salary. The maid who is near the main character addresses Her Highness and claims that Princess Lottie has arrived. One of the servants at this time bows and claims that a guest has come to see Her Majesty. So he leaves her, and the woman says that it is good. Then he turns to the young lady and tells her to come to him. The main character looks at this woman, and she realizes that she learned from Betty how the current king ascended to the throne. In order for His Majesty to have a solid foundation, she abdicated the throne, and the girl wonders whether such a man cares about a helpless girl like her. At this point, the woman says that they have said hello, and now they can sit down. Well then, the main character feels someone's gaze on her, and understands that it is clear that it is the maid, and that the situation could repeat itself. But how openly she expresses it is why now the young lady turns to Her Majesty and asks her for forgiveness. And he also asks if she can try the tea first, otherwise she will go crazy just from that look. The former queen then laughs and tells the princess to forgive this maid because she is still a child and has been like this since childhood, and nothing has changed. Well, the main character says that nevertheless, she is sure that this maid is one of those who can distinguish between public and private affairs. After which the woman says, yes, of course. The maid then bows and asks for forgiveness, and also claims that they had no evidence, but they continue to suspect Her Highness. The Empress then sips her tea, and the young lady is silent for a while, after which she declares that she forgives them. And of course, she should have taken this with great doubt, but instead let them continue to serve Her Majesty diligently. The maid then replies that yes, she too will follow Princess Lottie's words. The Empress then claims that the girl forgave more easily than she thought, and that the young lady could have been more indignant. The girl replies that if she were very angry, Her Majesty would immediately stop their conversation. Lottie understands that she should not forget that she is only a child, and reserved children are very impulsive, and even the king said so. As for her, she can't be sure, but she certainly can't play with fire. And the young lady asks if Her Majesty is interested in anything else. The woman claims that the girl refused the gift and asks if there is anything else she wants. Yulia understands that she refused a gift, after which no one will remember her. For a long time, I now claim that she would like to enjoy tea with Her Majesty. The young lady also realizes that she needs to demand something that can create a connection between them. And the woman now claims that she is already free today, but asks the girl to tell her why she wants to spend time with her. The little girl then asks if she has a reason for this, and then states it, that he wants to get closer to his grandmother. The woman then starts laughing at him and also says that it is amazing. After all, the little girl used to be a completely different child, and the girl claims that this is because she almost fell into eternal sleep in prison. And she went through a big test and also asks if it is the reason for her changes. The woman then claims that she will then ask her a question and claims that he heard that the girl ran away during a walk and shouted something in an ancient language. The main character then thinks about what she is talking about, but then remembers how she told the gods that she was declaring a strike, and he realizes that she really was speaking an ancient language. Lundo is her native language, and the language from her first life, and now it is an ancient language. And after rebirth, the girl used the language familiar to her. And now the young lady says that this is how it all happened. The Empress asks if this is an ability that arose on the brink of life, or she's just reliving her old memories. And the woman claims she's too busy for tea, but will give her this in return. After which, he hands over his bracelet and says that they will see what the girl is really capable of. The young lady then smiles sincerely and thanks the Empress, and then she remembers that she came not only for this, and was interested in how Her Majesty was doing, to which the woman replied that it was already better. And the young lady apologizes and also asks if she can check on her condition. The woman replies that yes, after which the young lady takes her hand in hers and states that it will not take long. The girl even wonders if the Empress has a chronic illness because she had been seriously injured before. He then wonders if it is noticeable and says that it is true because they tried to poison her. Lottie realizes that because of the poison she took, she still hasn't been able to regain all her strength, and it's a miracle that she survived, even though she still often loses consciousness. The young lady also turns to the Empress and asks if she knows about mandrake. The woman replies that of course she does, and that it is an ingredient for wizards. And Lottie replies that it can also be used as a medicine. If you drink a strong brew and it restores lost energy, the most effective are considered mandrake from the south of the continent. And the girl asks if she can get some of this remedy. The woman replies that yes, and if she finds the roots of mandrake, she will give them to the young lady, and also says that it is amazing, and asks how the girl knows all this. The main character then says that she simply read a lot of books. A little while later, the girl is already looking at the products she made from this root. And he also understands that it was a huge challenge to obtain and prepare mandrake, but drinking it is even worse. However, the girl understands that she must do this, after which she drinks anyway. And then he starts coughing and claims that it's disgusting. And the maid asks if it's true that the mistress needs to heat up. The young lady replies that yes, it is necessary, because yesterday she drank and was able to easily walk for 10 minutes. Betty then asks what the list on the table is, and the young lady notes that it is people assigned to her palace and fellow maids. Betty then asks what she is talking about, and claims that there are so many people, and also wonders if they all belong to the palace. The main character then claims that she wants to ask if Betty is paid her salary on her behalf, to which the maid replies that yes, and that is true, because she receives everything from Her Highness. Lottie then realizes that the cost of labor and medicines, these two items were the highest expenses, but Betty is the only one there, and her medicines are not coming to her. The girl also thinks that because of her weak body, it is easy to cheat with the price of medicines, and the following are big expenses. These are bushes and flowers, but everything in the yard is in a paid state. And the girl understands that from the first day, they brought the cheapest and worst and simply planted them in the ground. So a lot of money was stolen, and the young lady asks who Leold Dean is. Betty replies that it is the Baron, and he is a good man because he often came and also checked the mansion, and he even helped her. After which the main character wonders if it was really him who stole her money, and also says that everything is clear. Then she turns to Betty and says that she wants her to help her. A little while later, someone turns to the Baron and asks why he is running away again. The man asks what they are saying and whether he is running away, and the other man says, "Okay." And he wonders when the Baron will give him back his money, since he has been his debtor for a long time. The blonde tells the guy to calm down and asks why he is so worried, because he will soon return his money to him, and he should not worry because he has been a regular at the gambling house for 10 years. And the man knows that he knows who to take money from because it can be done. This mudblood, however, another man claims that he has heard bad news and that she has caught the eye of Her Majesty, and the money he spent should go unpunished just because no one from the imperial family looked at it. The Baron then tells his colleague not to worry because these are just rumors, or two men claim that one can only hope. After all, besides him, many people are interested in rumors. The man also remembers how the borderline claimed that everything was true, and Her Majesty and Miss Lottie drank tea together. So now he just continues and claims that it was the mudblood who attracted the attention of the Empress. He also claims that he must fix it. The man realizes that the dirty box he knew. She was a stupid, immature little girl, and her self-esteem was shattered into pieces. The man claimed that her mother was as insecure as she was, so it was better not to approach other members of the imperial family. After all, the little girl is too incapable, and she understands that only he is worried about Her Highness, and she can only trust him, and it has been like this for 10 years. So the man thinks that he cannot lose his life, but then he tries to calm himself down and thinks that everything will be fine. This man will never leave him. A little while later, he comes to the young lady's mansion, and the main character greets him. The Baron only smiles after that and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, Her Highness, and he also has to introduce himself again, after which he claims that his name is Leold Dean, and he is also responsible for Her Highness's palace. The girl then looks at his decoration, and she thinks that it's kind of strange, after which she says that she's glad to meet you, and her name is Lottie Pandarian. The girl also asks if she can introduce herself like that, and the man replies that she can too. He also understands that even if memory is lost, then of course the person does not change. After which he claims that he heard about the unpleasant incident and had to find her. The man also says that he was late because his grandmother went to God, but he thinks that she actually passed away 3 years ago. The young lady then says, a little surprised, that it's okay, and if only she knew, she should have been more concerned, and the girl apologizes. The man thinks that's great, and didn't the young lady become more obedient? But then the girl turns to the Baron, and she claims that she wants to ask why the palace is so poorly managed, because she heard from another servant that money doesn't come every month, and the man is then shocked and thinks, what the hell is this? And what did the girl say? He claims that everything was simply done for Her Highness, and the young lady is interested in the summer for her. The Baron claims that most of the money goes towards her medications, and didn't she order the yard's landscaping to be replaced? He even hands over an expense report and tells the young lady to take a look. The man understands that he treated him a little, but the young lady could not notice it. The girl then watches this and says that it is all her fault, and she is very sorry in front of the Baron, and the man claims that everything is fine. He also thinks what a fool she is, because no matter how you look at it, it's clear that she will have to go hungry a lot. However, then the man directs his gaze to the chest of drawers and sees Her Majesty's jewelry there. He is shocked to realize that this is the entire bracelet that Her Majesty has been wearing since her youth. And he wonders if they not only spend time drinking tea, but also if the princess gets her favorite trinkets. But if they are so close, then instead of fears, he should use this. Then if he knows the future political actions, even a little information can help him get rich, after which the man claims that it is said that the girl has become close to Her Majesty. The young lady replies that yes, ever since she lost her memory, she has been taking care of her, and the woman gave her this and also told her many stories. Lottie claims that she talked about politics and history, and there was a lot of stuff there, even though she doesn't understand it. The man then smirks and says that it's just a jackpot, after which he claims that it's clear. He also asks what they talked about and wonders if the girl can tell him. After all, before she always told everything that happened, and he always leaves her secrets undisclosed. And also, 10 years ago is proof, and he is always happy to talk to Her Highness, and also wonders if the girl wants to tell him a little. I already then say that then only the Baron should know this. And Her Majesty said that they would soon significantly increase the duty on tobacco leaves with benthic acid. The man realizes that this is excellent information, and tobacco leaves are most popular among the nobility as an imported product. Obviously, a sudden increase in duties on some products will send the price of the product sky high, and he will have to buy everything. But then he thinks that it is not enough to buy everything, because he definitely heard something in the gambling house in Port Dawn. After which, he immediately rises from his seat, and the young lady asks the Baron what happened. The man then claims that he remembered an urgent matter, and so he will go, and the young lady agrees. After which, he immediately runs out of the room, and the young lady only smirks and says goodbye to the Baron. A little while later, the young lady again drinks this disgusting root decoction. At this moment, the maid approaches the mistress, and the young lady tells her to tell. The maid then asks, a little surprised, how the mistress guessed that she wanted to say something, and the young lady claims that she always sneaks up on her whenever there is any question. Betty then asks what she is talking about, and claims that it is not so. The maid also claims that since the Baron stole money from the lady, then can't he just tell the king about it? However, the young lady replies that no, and if they tell, then most likely they will be able to return the stolen money to the treasury, and she is a victim and cannot return a penny. So the girl claims that they will make glue for the flight things at once. After all, firstly, she will receive money, secondly, medicine, and the trust of His Majesty. After which, the young lady rises from her seat and tells the maid that they should go through. The girl is then a little surprised, and the young lady asserts that they will go to the king. The man is sitting in his office at this time and thinking about the lady with silver hair. The more he thinks about her, the more his head starts to hurt, and he remembers men, how they held hands and kissed. Well, at one point, the girl ran away, and no matter how much the king asked her to stay, he could not even after a short time. A child appeared before him, and he was told that it was his child. And this girl also claimed that she could no longer raise the baby, so let her be near him. And the headache has not subsided since the meeting. When the meeting was held, then one of the aristocrats told His Majesty that there was no need to appoint this girl as a princess, because he already had 2 children from the Empress, so let him make a wise decision. The other man then said that His Majesty was not going to abandon his sister, and the king only addressed them and claimed that Lottie was his daughter. The girl grew slowly, and he secretly sent her medicine and food, but it did not help. The man hoped that she would grow up quickly and hoped that she would recover, and he hoped so much that she would not disappear, that all he could think about was them. And finally, the war that had dragged on for many years ended. The king gradually sorted out the remaining problems, but suddenly the former queen was poisoned. He was looking for evidence of a false accusation, but the girl herself cleared her name, and now the man just smiles. But then someone turns to His Majesty, and he replies that he is thinking. After which, he asks what is going on with the search for smugglers. One of the servants claims that things are going badly. And what about the gambling house? Well then, a young lady appears in front of them, and then lifts the hem of her dress and greets His Majesty. The man looks at her a little coldly and then asks what happened. The young lady claims that she has a favor to ask of him, after which he asks for her forgiveness and claims to rephrase it. The girl then claims that she has come to make a deal and will help him catch the smugglers. But in return, he will fulfill one of her wishes, which surprises the man. The Baron is near the coast at this time, and one of the men asks if he is sure that the information is reliable, to which the man replies that of course he is interested. Does the guy think that the queen just gave her bracelet to the mudblood? But he heard that the duty on tobacco leaves would soon be raised. The other man then claims that he can only believe his words. After all, he is risking his condition. But the blonde tells him not to worry. After all, with the prophet, they will live no worse than high-ranking nobles. After which the other man agrees. But then someone comes up to them and greets them. The two men are then very surprised, and the young lady with a grin on her face says that she is glad to meet the Baron and also wonders how long it took him to achieve his goal. The man then asks in shock where she came from, and the blonde man in shock asks if it was all a lie. The little girl replies that it is all a lie, after which the Baron only gets angry and thinks that the bracelet and tobacco leaves are parts of a trap. I think the man is arguing that it was stupid to come alone, because she could have at least captured a couple of soldiers from them, that is insurance. After which, he points his finger at these guys to come at the same moment. Several assassins jump out from behind, and the Baron claims that they have time and opportunity to escape, and they will also become a wall between him and the young lady. The girl then looks at the Baron silently and smirks. Then she claims that it was stupid to bring only a couple of people, because she is not alone and has a whole squad with her, and she also wants to say that the bracelet is real. The assassins then turn to their threat and claim that they had not agreed to such a thing. At this time, someone else turns to Leold Dean and Betten Lurton. The man then asks in shock if this is the king, and the young lady's father claims that they have been sentenced to death for conspiring with smugglers. The men immediately fall down and scream, but the man only plunges them into eternal sleep. A little while later, one of the knights says that this is a good job, because not only did they catch the smugglers, but they will also be able to get rid of the trading places. And these mercenaries were also problems, so they coped successfully. The king at this time turns to the young lady, and he claims that he has a couple of questions for her and is interested in how she found out that Baron Dean is connected with smugglers. The girl replies that smugglers do not sell the goods themselves. She also understands that a gambling house is the best place to sell contraband, and the girl claims that the connection between these and illegal things seemed logical to her. The knight claims that their investigation was moving in the same direction, but they were too cautious, and the girl understands that it is obvious because she was bullied for 10 years. The king at this time turns to the young lady and asks how she found out that the contraband would be tobacco leaves. Well, the young lady replies that everything is very simple, and this is the most expensive imported product, but it is imported in small quantities, and she just didn't expect that the smuggling would see a whole ship. The man is silent for a while after that, and then he turns to the knight and tells him to give the princess what he promised, to which the guy agrees. And he claims that for each smuggler, there are 1,000 gold coins and 20% of the contraband received. The main character, looking at all this, thinks that it is wonderful, but understands that this is not the end. The knight turns to her at this time and claims that they searched Baron Dean's house and found a family heirloom. He also states that if they understood correctly, these are seeds. The young lady notes that yes, that is correct. The girl also realizes that on the day they met, she noticed a brooch with an engraved star flower. But this flower no longer grows within human reach. Unlike his ancestors, the Baron did not know the value of this flower, and probably for this reason, the flower was on the family coat of arms, but consequently, the seeds were preserved as a family heirloom. And the girl understands that a simple person cannot grow a star flower, but neither can she. And the young lady is confident of her success. The emperor at this time turns to the princess and he claims that he listens to her desire, and the girl can ask for whatever she wants because he will fulfill any of her requests. After which the main character asks him to talk to Akron. The man is a little surprised and asks, does she want him to talk to Akron? He also claims that he receives daily messages about the guy's condition, so there is no need for that. However, the young lady claims that she is talking about something else and wonders when was the last time he spoke face to face with him. The man replies that he often asked how he was doing, and the little girl asks if the answer was always the same, to which the man is surprised. And he remembers how the young man answered His Majesty every time, and how everything is usually fine with him, and he will also continue to try his best. And he cannot afford to disappoint His Majesty. Now the man understands how he distanced himself from his children, and the young lady understands that it is true. The girl also wonders if he really believed it, that a 10-year-old child feels the same thing every day, and even adults experience different emotions, and children are even more emotional. The girl also understands that children can talk for hours about the new birds. They saw the sky that was not like yesterday's cloudy one, and the stars at night. Well, when a child repeats the same thing day after day, he tries his best to get recognition. And it is easy to verify this, so now the young lady is telling His Majesty to talk to Akron, and he told her what happened today and about his difficulties. The girl also tells them to maintain eye contact for communication to be pleasant, because this is her desire, and this time she asks, let the man not scold Akron, even if he does something wrong. The king then asks, what about the baby, and is there really nothing she wants for herself and not for Akron? The young lady is then a little surprised, and she thinks what she wants, after which the man tells her to say what she needs. Then the girl replies that nothing. Then she goes to the two and says that they are finishing and leaving, after which the young lady leaves and leaves the king alone, and the man wonders why she doesn't want anything. The next day, the maid comes to the lady and says that the food warehouse is full. The main character asks if it has been fixed yet, and Betty replies that yes, they arrived and fixed everything very quickly. Rumors spread that yesterday she and the king arrested smugglers and gamblers, and the whole royal palace already knows about it. The girl also looks outside and understands that the gifts sent by the king have arrived. The young lady understands that this is all very luxurious, and also thinks how many gold coins are there, because it seems to be much more than promised. And she also thanks him for sending me so much. But the girl understands that she cannot stand out without reason, because it will lead to trouble. As is known, she is illegitimate, and there are two people claiming the throne above her. If they catch sight of her, they will grab her by the throat, no matter what she says in her defense. And even if it seems that there are no problems, it is not the king who is traveling through the provinces, but the queen, and the young lady heard that the war which lasted for years was finally over. But despite everything, the queen was not only busy with affairs in the palace, but also took care of problems outside the capital, which means she also thirsted for power. If someone considers her an obstacle, then it will become a problem, and the girl must quietly take care of herself. After which she turns to the maid and says that in the future there will be a new worker, after which she asks if this is true, and also asks if this means that the lady has found a replacement for Baron Dean. The girl answers that no, and she could not find a maid or servant. She understands that she cannot take anyone on recommendation, because if she brings someone unverified, he may become the same as Baron Dean. After which the young lady turns to the maid and hands her the key to the food warehouse and safe, and also asks if she can take care of this because she trusts her more than anyone else. The maid is a little surprised by this, after which she thanks the lady for her trust. Well, and then she claims that she can't, after which the young lady is a little surprised. He also understands that she did not expect a refusal and wonders what the problem is. And the maid replies that she was so young when she came to the palace and does not know how to read. The main character then looks at her, a little surprised. The girl claims that her mother was a servant in an aristocratic family, and thanks to the lady she was able to get into the royal palace. The young lady then looks at the maid, a little sadly, and then he says that it is possible to learn, and she will teach her writing. The girl then asks if she can learn, and the main character says that if she wants, she will even teach the girl an ancient language. Betty is then a little surprised and claims that this is what aristocrats are taught. The main character then pulls her friend by the cheeks again, and then says that Betty should remember that there are no things that are only allowed to one class. The girl also understands that knowledge is like water, and if you let only one class in, then the water will stagnate and soon rot. How was it with herbalism before? And if in one life it reached 10 levels? Then in the next one, she got no more than 7th or 8th, and this is terrible. So now the young lady screams for the maid to do what is in her power and repeat because she succeeded. And so the teaching of writing began, and soon because of the rumors, other servants came, and the young lady began to teach them. The lessons went very well, and by the end of the day, the girl already felt very tired. She understood that if views on education were transformed, more people would study. But then she gets a little upset and thinks that it's impossible because she won't do anything. And this won't work because she just needs to lie around. But at that very moment, someone enters the room and screams. The young man then says something that begins with T, but cannot say anything beyond that letter. And the main character asks if he really needs a restroom. And the young man then screams that it's not that. He also claims that His Majesty asked him for a meeting. The little girl then wonders if he finally did it. And apparently, it took longer to finish the job with the smugglers and the gambling house. At this time, the guy asks why he called him, and maybe he found out about Viscount Polton. And is he calling him to punish him? But the young lady replies that no, and she does not think so. After all, he just wants to talk to the guy, and if he wants to tell him something, then let him do it. Akron is a little surprised by this, and also asks if he can do this, to which the young lady replies that of course. The young man then claims that there are indeed many things he would like to discuss, and that is the horse he recently raised. He also wonders if the girl knows what name he gave him, and he named the horse Alexander Alfredo Sebastian Zonda III. He also got a 100 in his last philosophy class, and the teacher said he was a genius. The little girl then says that yes, he is a genius, and it seems the guy cannot talk to her more simply, after which the young lady tells him to call her Nuna or just Lottie, and when they are not alone, let him observe minimal politeness. The young man becomes a little embarrassed after this and claims that he can do everything, and the young lady realizes that addressing her like this may be too rude. At this time, the guy very embarrassedly says Nuna, and even with a mistake, after which the young lady, he repeats this mistake and laughs at it, and the young man sits there red as a tomato from embarrassment. He immediately screams that no, and he made a mistake, after which he calls her Nuna and asks if she sees that he can say it correctly. And the main character says that with the mistake, it was so cute, and can't he call her that? However, this only made the young man angry, after which he rose from his seat, and he goes out, and also claims that he went. The young lady understands that the day has passed fruitfully and ended happily. And the next day, the girl found herself at a tea party, and she felt very uneasy. After all, she was drinking tea with the king. A little while ago, one of the servants came to see her, and he claimed that he brought a message from His Majesty the King, after which the young lady was a little surprised. And the man claimed that the sunny day was perfect for tea, so the young lady wondered why he wanted to go to tea with her, and also what happens after, which she understood that there is no reason to refuse, and claimed that it is good, and also she will come. A little while later, they were already heading towards the palace. Then the young lady butler asked if this was the Countess of Sayla. The main character then looked in that direction, and one of the servants claimed that he understood the situation, but still can't help in any way. The woman then tries to say something. At this time, the young lady turns to the butler, asking if they know each other, and the man replies that yes, and this girl has worked as a servant in the royal palace since childhood. Lottie understands that of course almost all the servants and maids belong to the royal palace, but some of them got married upon reaching adulthood. And the main character realizes that Mrs. Sayla is one of them. The butler claims that she must be in the palace for work, and he had heard that several years ago the Earl of Sale had fallen into a crippling sleep after long years of decay. And besides, but then the man apologizes and claims that with age he has become too talkative. But the main character says that there is no need to apologize. The butler then claims that Liana is also having a hard time with it. The main character then wonders if he called her Liana, and she also remembers how the maid claimed that she wanted Baron Dean to be replaced by Madame Liana, and the girl realizes that she heard this name from Betty. After which the young lady turns to the butler and asks whether Miss Sayla had accidentally helped Betty. The man then says that this is true, and the woman often helped, after which the young lady becomes interested. What did Miss Sayla do while she was in the palace? The butler replies that she managed the servants, and he personally trained her. And now the main character understands that she has chosen a new maid. A little while later, the girl is already having tea with His Majesty. The young lady looks at the food and realizes it's all sugar. And the man picks up his baby and asks if she likes me. The main character replies that yes and wonders if there is food that is not so sweet. The king then says that he prepared all this because children her age love sweets. The main character then thinks that it all seems so painful, and even a fork and a knife. The man then claims that he will immediately order something else to be prepared, but the young lady says that it is not necessary, and she will eat it, and also think that she should accept his efforts and can forgive such a thing once or twice. The man insists that next time he will prepare something she likes, and the young lady wonders if he said it next time, and also if she heard it correctly. After which the girl puts down her fork and turns to the king, and also states what she wants to ask. Why did he call her? The man then turns to the princess and asks if she didn't say that communication is necessary. The young lady is then a little surprised and says that if she hadn't answered, she meant Akron and not herself. The king then says that she is also his child, after which the young lady is silent for a while, and the man claims that he knows that he did not pay attention to her, and also knows that he was too indifferent. That's why he wants to apologize, and now asks her for forgiveness. The main character then thinks that this is definitely because they are a family, and it was in her head. Well, the girl claims that, to be honest, she doesn't even know what to say, and she feels so awkward. The man claims that he did not think that he would receive a farewell right away, but he is interested. Couldn't the girl give him a chance? Because he will wait for her answer as long as it takes. The main character then says that it is good, and she will think about it. The young lady understands that indifference on the part of parents is not at all uncommon. The same applies to cruelty, but nevertheless there are parents who, after realizing it, try to change their relationships with their children. In her past life, her mother claimed that she was so indifferent and would be kind to her in the future. However, the girl understood that nothing had changed, and when the parents felt that they were beginning to lose control and the children became independent, that was when they would make their one-sided apologies. Of course, there were those who did not apologize until the very end, and she gave the king a chance because neither of her parents apologized to her. The young lady also remembers the face he made when he asked if she could give him a chance, and she understands that she needs to go back, so she needs to stop thinking about it. The girl also understands that she has a feeling as if she forgot something. But then the young lady remembers that she forgot about Miss Sale. The girl sighs and says that she was refused after all. But at that very moment, she hears someone talking to her, and when she turns around, she sees the princess. At this time, the main character asks her to wait because she wants to talk. The woman then asks in shock if this is really a princess, and also wonders if she is okay. The girl realizes that this woman's touch seems so familiar, and she wonders if she knows her. The girl replies that of course, and the girl is the second princess, Lottie Pandarian, and Betty serves her. The woman also claims that she often brought her food, but the girl must not remember because she was just a child. The main character says that this is how she understands that maybe she shouldn't pay attention to this, but she wants to check. After which he claims that she lost her memory due to illness, and the woman speaks in shock that it is terrible, after which he puts his hands on the shoulders of the young lady and asks if Her Highness is in any pain now. And of course, she has poor health, but the main character understands that she has a level tone of voice, weapons that will be used to supporting others, and an overreaction to pain, and that faint smell coming from Sayla. The main character then says that she is fine, and it was just a small accident. And the woman then says, isn't memory loss a serious accident? Because she should be more careful. The woman is also a little surprised and claims that she seems to have said too much, after which she apologizes, and also tells Her Highness that she must go because she has a baby coming. Lottie sees bags under her eyes from lack of sleep, and her bitten lips as well as her eyes, which had long since lost their sparkle, so that undoubtedly even the loss of memory did not erase the imprint of Miss Sayla from her. Now the main character turns to the miss and asks how sick the child is. The woman then asks what it was. She was wondering who told her, and the young lady realizes that it was easy to understand. After all, a woman is so sensitive to words about pain, and the smell of medicinal herbs seems to envelop her body. But something else gave her confidence, and that was her eyes full of self-hatred. That's why the young lady now claims that everyone gets tired of constantly caring for someone. The girl also understands that it is not easy to always be a seriously ill person without having the opportunity to heal him. Well, you need to keep moving forward, even if you don't see the end, and the bright smile disappears from your face, and the energy leaves your body, and the one who is already caring becomes a real patient. For anyone, this is a very difficult test, and the accompanying feeling of guilt that nothing can be done. The woman at this point just starts to cry, and the main character takes her hands and says that the miss did a great job, and she deserves credit for getting this far. But then the woman asks, isn't she a terrible mother? And how can she call herself a mother after everything that happened? However, the main character claims that she does not think so, and she did everything in her power. Then the young lady watches the woman cry, and a little while later asks what he is sick with. The woman replies that he has Roman fever, and the young lady realizes that they say this fever originated in the region of Rome on another continent. The locals suffered from it as if it were a common cold, but in other regions it became a serious problem, and the bodies of the sick were completely covered in red spots and suffered from fever until they fell into eternal sleep. The most terrible thing was that they got better and then worse, literally sucking the life out of a person. Then the two sit down on a bench, and the woman claims that no matter how expensive the medicine was, it only got better for a short time. But then the condition was even worse than before. Having no money for medicine and doctors, the Countess first fired all the servants, then sold the jewelry, paintings, and furniture, and then the mansion. The woman also claims that she even sold her engagement ring, but there is not enough money. And she tried to get a job as a governess, but she was refused because of the fear of infection. She also says that this is a long story, and nevertheless the girl listened to her, so she feels a little relieved. The main character then asks if she can see the child, and the woman does not understand why. Lottie replies that she has been interested in traumatic events lately and has learned a lot from her teacher. The girl also understands that only a small part of it is a lie, and the woman thanks her but claims that it won't help because she was able to call the most famous doctor in the empire. But he claimed that unfortunately even Mrs. Carbom could not cure him. Carbom is the goddess of herbalism who lived hundreds of years ago, and if they talk about her, it means that the patient will definitely fall into eternal sleep. But the main character is now surprised and wonders if they are really talking about her in a past life. A little while later, the woman already claims that it is incredible and with shaking hands approaches her son. He also claims that his complexion has improved significantly. The boy lying on the bed is named Raven Selah. The young lady at this time claims that as soon as the water boils, you need to let it cool and then wipe your body with this water 2 times a day, and in a week, the fever should disappear. The woman then claims that she is immensely grateful to the lady and does not even know how to repay her favor. Well, she still asks Her Highness what kind of medicine she has prepared because she has tried all possible herbs. However, this is the first time she sees that the decoction works. The main character thinks that this is not surprising because this is a decoction made from a starflower that she carefully grew. Every day she placed the seeds under the starlight, and the undines watered them with their water, and so they finally sprouted. But she had no other choice, because the usual treatment was not suitable, and the child's condition was critical. Now the young lady is a little downcast and thinks that it's okay because she still has a few seeds left. The woman in the video asks the young lady if everything is okay with her, and the main character replies that everything is fine. Hey, let her not pay attention. The girl also claims that the countess said that they did not know how to repay her. The woman replies that this is true, and if Her Highness wants something, then let him tell her. After which the main character takes the woman by the hand and asks if she would like to become her maid. The woman then looks a little puzzled, and the main character wonders if she will be refused again. The maid then thanks her for curing her son, but claims that she cannot become Her Highness's maid. Lottie asks why, and the woman replies that she feels awkward, but will be honest. And she claims that Raven's great-grandfather, who is Viscount Byron, is trying to take him away from her. The main character asks if he really wants to take the child away, and the woman replies that yes, and he wants to become the boy's guardian. But the truth is that he hopes to put the boy into eternal sleep in order to get the title. And although she continues to refuse him, the man puts pressure on her, citing Raven's illness, and he even talked about marriage. The main character then says that she heard the woman, but still does not understand. And if she becomes a maid, then at least some income will appear. The woman answers that it is true, but the maid's salary is not that big, and the young lady then thinks that she will increase it 10 times. However, the woman says that the child needs a guardian, even if it is not Viscount Byron, so she wants to ask her distant relative. And if she stays there as her maid, she will be separated from Raven. But she can't do this to him, because her husband has fallen into eternal sleep, and now she only has Raven left, so she declines Her Highness's offer and apologizes for it. But the main character only turns to Countess Liena Selah and claims that she has one question, after which the girl asks if the woman would agree to become her maid if the problems with Raven's salary, guardianship, and education were resolved. The woman is then a little surprised, after which he smiles and answers that yes, and she would be very happy. The main character then says that it is good, and let her follow her. The woman is a little surprised and asks where Her Highness wants to go, and the girl replies that she wants to go and solve problems. A little while later, they are already approaching the king, and the young lady claims that she wants to make Countess Selah her maid. The man then says that the girl has no reason to come to him if she wants to hire one of the servants, and he wonders if she really has a problem, that is why they came to him. The young lady replies that everything is correct, and the countess has no grounds for refusal, but she needs to become the guardian of the countess's son, Raven Sale. The woman is very surprised after this, and so is His Majesty. The girl claims that she also wants it, so that Countess Selah and her son would stay to live in her palace. The man then tells the princess that unfortunately, she is too young to become a guardian, and the girl wonders if she can't become a guardian if the king gives his blessing. The man then wants to say something to the young lady, but she only wonders if this is too much. The girl understands that the use of power is what sets her apart from others. The man only sighs after this, and then turns to the countess and asks what she will say, and also, does she agree for the second princess Lottie Pandarian to become the guardian for Raven's sail. The woman then doesn't even know how to answer, and the young lady only whispers to her that the salary will be 10 times more, after which the Countess is silent for a moment, and then recalls how the young lady claimed that the woman deserved praise for having gone so far, and that she is a wonderful mother and also did everything in her power. So now she just smiles, and she claims that it will be an honor for her. A little while later, the woman already enters the mansion, and it is welcomed, and also states that her name is Liena Sela, and from this day on she is the maid of Her Highness the Princess, and thanks to her grace, she will remain in the palace with her son. The boy, at this time, looks out from behind his mother, and asks to take care of him, and also claims that his name is Raven Sela. The maid then greets Mrs. Liena, and the other maids also ask her to take care of them. Thus, Liena successfully became the main character's maid. And now, the young lady is lying on the bed, and also thinks that she can finally rest and lie in your warm bed. Well, at that very moment, someone knocks and claims that it is the maid Sela, and also asks if it is possible to come in. The young lady then tells her to come in, and the woman does so, and also states that she feels she should thank the lady again, and she thanks her for her help. The young man also claims that he will definitely pay for the princess's favor, and she can be sure, and the main character thinks what a cutie he is, after which she thanks him and asks him to take care of her. The woman at this time tells the princess that she has noticed several things that need to be corrected. And first, she needs to buy a new dress. Betty says that's true, and the lady only has 4 dresses, and those are from last year. And the young lady thinks that shopping seems unavoidable. Liena claims that etiquette requires at least 3 outfits for each season, and a walking dress, as well as home clothes, and a dress for going out. After which the woman asks if the lady would mind if she did this, to which the girl agrees. And Liena claims that she knows an excellent tailor, and the young lady says that apparently the woman knows more about fashion than she could imagine. Liena replies that of course, because working in the royal palace, it is impossible not to understand fashion, because at the peak of her career, she visited various ateliers every weekend. So the lady has no reason to worry about the upcoming prayer celebration, and she will prepare everything. Betty says that this is for sure, and the celebration is already so soon. The young lady then asks what kind of celebration this is, and the girl replies that it is a prayer celebration. This is an important national event that takes place in late spring. Everyone prays for well-being and health, and they pray for one day, but the holiday itself takes 3 days. Betty claims that the opening of the prayer, it takes place in the Detome Temple, and it is located near the royal palace. However, the young lady insists that she will not go. The girl understands that the gods are clearly evil. Since she refused to make nectar, how can she go to the temple? And despite that, Detome is a kind goddess, but she should still avoid attention. However, the maid immediately says that this is not possible and that she should go. One of them claims that this is an event of national significance, and members of the royal family cannot remain on the sidelines. The entire royal family must attend the national event. The main character then wonders if the whole family will be there. Betty at this time turns to Her Highness, and he asks if she doesn't want to see everyone because she is Her Majesty the Queen. Prince Leonard and Princess Stella will be there. Liena says that's great, and Betty replies that this is true. But the main character thinks that everything is not so, and she wonders if she will be able to stay if she faints, and still wonders when she will be able to rest. A little while later, the main character is already riding in a carriage, and thinks that if she jumps out of it, she won't have to go to the celebration. Well, she also thinks that if Detome shows up and asks why she doesn't make nectar, and also, will the king and queen take more care of her, but then the queen. The prince and princess would watch her, and of course at least once she would have to meet the gods. So, Detome is the least evil for her, but the girl still understands that she does not want to go to this holiday at all, and now is such an unfortunate time. Because of her affairs, the entire aristocracy is watching her, At this time, someone turns to Nuna and asks if everything is okay. It turns out to be a prince, and he asks if the girl is hot and whether she should open the window. The girl replies that she is fine, and also turns to the boy and asks why he is going to the Ditome temple with her. The girl understands that during official events, members of the royal family move separately to avoid accidents, and the young man at this time says that it is simply her first official event, and he wonders what if the girl behaves stupidly and tarnishes the family name. However, the young lady says that he just wanted to go with her, and the young man cries out that everything is wrong. And then the girl asks if this is all because he is still young and really needs to be held by the hand, and also if he wants to hold her hand. The young man then just screams, and the main character turns to him again and thinks how upset the guy is. The young lady also asks if he knows, however, the guy replies that he is not interested. But the girl continues her proposal and asks if he knows that she wanted to go with him, and if she goes alone, she will be nervous because it is the first time for her, and that is why she wanted to go with him. So she thanks him. The young man then claims that this time he forgives her, and the main character hits the guy on the head. And she thinks what a cutie he is. But the young man then turns to his sister and asks if she wants to know anything about others, like the queen or the prince. The main character then wonders if the guy went with her to help her, and he claims that this could become a problem. And if she starts asking questions, she could get punished, but there is no one who could tell. The young man then says that he can do this for her. Their main character asks if this is true, after which she says that he is the best. The guy then begins his story and claims that Her Majesty, the Queen's name is Clea Pandarian, and she is very beautiful. Before the wedding, she was the Marchioness of Floyd. The main character is then surprised to hear the last name and thinks, isn't this the last name of that guy who pestered her during the incident with the poisoning of the Queen? And that means it's because she's his family, and the young lady is an illegitimate child. The girl understands that Prince Leonard is 10 years older than her and has a great talent for magic. He is already a wizard of the 5th circle. The girl also understands that usually people end their lives on the 2nd or 3rd circle, and at 20 years old, it is very difficult to reach the 5th circle, and the guy is a real genius. Akron claims that he is kind to him, but they rarely see each other because he is usually in the magic tower. And finally, Princess Stella. She is 9 years older than the young lady and is an excellent spear master and has already become a knight and even fought monsters. She also participated in the war, and the girl understands that the king is a master of the sword. The eldest son is a wizard, and the eldest daughter is a knight. And that is why Akron is losing heart. The main character then asks if the boy is learning fencing, and he replies that he is. And he thought a lot, but still fencing is the best occupation for him. But he worries. The main character asks about what, and the guy replies that they usually start at an earlier age, and it seems that it's already too late to start. The main character understands that everything is like this, and usually begins training no later than at the age of 5. Well, now, she says that it is not too late and can only do a little bit, and it also does not matter when to start. After all, the main thing is to get to the end, to which the young man agrees and smiles, and a little while later, they arrive at the palace. The young man then turns to his sister and claims that there is a tree nearby that Ditome herself planted, and he asks if she wants to go and see it later. The main character then agrees, and then the knight turns to her and claims that everyone has already arrived and is in their rooms. The young lady asks if they are ready yet, and the man claims that they thought the celebration would be long. There is very little time left, and he thinks that they should hurry, after which they go somewhere, and the young lady turns to the knight and also asks if the business with the unfamiliar gambling house is finished. The man answers that yes, of course, and also all the smugglers were caught and the gambling house was closed. The young lady then says that's how it is, and the knight claims that there is one person left that they can't find. He always wore a mask in the gambling house. And the young lady realized that the problem most likely lay in the fact that this gambling house was for the aristocracy. The man claims that all the testimony is confused, and they can't even determine whether it's a woman or a man. All that is the same in the stories is the mask, and the main character wonders if this is the magic of illusion. The man claims that they even asked the royal wizard from the Tower of Magic for help. The young lady says that she hopes they will find an answer quickly, and the man claims that he has other things to do, so he will leave the girl, after which another priest approaches her, and also claims that from there she will accompany her. The main heroine then does not manage further, but hears someone's voice. This voice asks where the young lady is going, and claims that he knows what he is doing, and hears him. The girl then addresses her by her first and last name, but then corrects herself and addresses her as a traveler, a palace of nectar. The main character stops, and the priest asks the princess if something has happened, and the young lady then wonders if they hear anything and where this sound is coming from, after which the voice tells the girl to look below, and the main character attacks, but then thinks that this can't be on the floor near her leg. The main character sees a branch of some plant, and it appears to be the goddess of fertility. The goddess at this time says that she is so glad that Lottie is there, and she was lying on the ground for more than 2, and she also already thought that she would plunge into eternal sleep. But Lottie wonders if the girl hadn't decided to have a good rest, leaving the holy relic. The girl understands that usually the gods inhabit the relic because this way they can communicate with the priests. The goddess of fertility then claims that she doesn't know why she's still there, and the main character wonders what she's talking about. The woman claims that she as usual tried to enter the relic to bestow a blessing, but was thrown back. Well, the young lady then wonders why she doesn't give up on appearing and return to the divine world, and she certainly will give up on health this time. The goddess claims that she can't do that, and the other bugs will mock her for tens of 1,000 years. Because as soon as she thinks about Keres, who immediately sees his face, the main character thinks that she doesn't like him either, and the boy always demanded more nectar. The goddess at this time begs the young lady to help her return to the kingdom of the gods, because she will repay the girl with what she wants. Lottie then says that well, and regardless of the power of the god, being in the human world for a long time is fraught with serious side effects. So now the young lady only says that she should not forget about, yes, protect her. The girl then puts the twig in her clothes, and Akron asks what happened to her. Lottie replies that nothing, and she just picked up the spikelet that was lying there. And then the young man says that they can go. But one of the priests cries out that something bad has happened. The friend then asks what happened, because today is a quiet and pious day. But the young man claims that he is asking for forgiveness, but the priest Anten, the main character, only sighs after this and realizes that she is sure that this is all because of Daytome, after which she claims that something serious must have happened, so they should go faster. A little while later, someone asks for forgiveness and announces that Her Highness Princess Lottie and Prince Acheron have arrived. At this time, the main character realizes that she tried so hard and wanted so much to avoid these people because Queen Clea is there, and Princess Stella and Prince Leonard the Queen then greets Akron and Princess Lottie, and the main character bows, after which the woman looks at her a little coldly but still smiles. And she claims that she heard about the trouble that happened in her absence, and she is also sorry that she could not be there. The young lady tells Her Majesty that everything is fine, while Akron turns to Her Majesty and asks if something has happened. In his sister states that there seems to be a problem with the holy relic, and the young man is a little surprised. And the main character asks if she can find out what happened to the relic. Well, the princess then only wonders what the girl can do, after which someone closes the book and tells Stella to stop. It turns out to be a prince, and he claims that everyone knows that the gods can only give their blessing through a relic. The young lady replies that yes, she was told about it, but she understands that she did not see it. The man claims that Daytome is the goddess of abundance, and she was unable to enter the relic. And to find out the reason, His Majesty the King, and Her Majesty, the former queen, as well as the high priest, gathered in that room. The main character then wonders if the relic is there. The goddess at this time addresses the young lady and asks her to hurry. Lottie understands that she is behaving like a little child, and she is the sister of the main god. However, the goddess claims that she feels much younger, and the main character says in her thoughts that she has no words. The girl also asks if she can personally examine the relic, after which they all remain silent. And the queen and her daughter look at the girl coldly. One of them claims that he can understand the princess's desire to help, but if it's about the relic. However, then someone tells the girl to come in, and everyone is a little surprised. At this time, the person who entered the room claims that Lottie is well versed in herbs and even holy water, so she thinks that the girl can be useful. The young man then wonders if the young lady is well versed in herbs and holy water, and the woman turns to the young lady and asks if that is so, and then goes up to her and says that she is glad to see her. The main character understands that they are not so close and wonders why she addresses her so sweetly. At this time, the woman notices something else and asks where the girl put the bracelet. After all, she told her to wear it always. The rest of the family watches this with a little surprise, and the former queen simply tucks a strand of the young lady's hair and tells her to wear this bracelet always as a talisman, and she wants him to protect the baby as he did her. The girl is then shocked and wonders why the former queen did this to her. The rest of the family watches as well, and the former queen turns to Lottie and asks if she will come in with her for a while. The girl then nods and thinks that it is true to believe her. She must not forget why she is there. After that, they go outside, and the main character asks if they intend to become impudent. The queen treated her in a friendly manner and smokes others. The woman replies that of course, and the young lady is surprised, and the former queen claims that she did not give her the bracelet for nothing, and she gave it to the girl to get something in return. A little while later, the little girl asks if the woman wants her to control Prince Leonard and Princess Stella. But the main character also asks how to do this and screams that, as soon as she intervenes, they will take her knife in the back. The queen wonders if the girl really thinks so, after which she claims that she thinks the girl will be able to change the royal family and is looking forward to it from her. A little while later, the girl already enters the place where the priest is standing, and the king seeing the girl, he asks what she is doing there. The former queen claims that she has brought a young lady, and Lottie is a great herbalist, so they could use her help. Cool then turns to his mother a little worriedly, and the main character looks at this branch, after which the man claims that it is true, and the shrine of their temple of the goddess Daitome is this branch. The king turns to the high priest and states that he wants to say that the celebration will be held anyway, and the man says that he understands, however they still do not know if the goddess Daitome has possessed the relic. At this time the spikelet fidgets in the young lady's bow and asks if they are really joking with her, and also says that they should let her come back, and if she tries now she will look good. The main character then refuses and tells her to wait, because if something is wrong with the relic, this could cause damage to the environment in the kingdom. So we need to figure this out first. The young lady asks if she can look at the holy relic of the wealthy. He says yes, but he asks her to be extremely careful. The girl then takes this branch in her hands and examines it from all sides, but realizes that there seems to be nothing there. The goddess then asks how this is possible, and the young lady claims that she really does not see any problems, and there is no damage, and also feels the divine power. And there is nothing strange about it. It also rarely looks so fresh, as if it was just cut. Well then, the main character thinks why she looks like that. She also asks the goddess if she remembers when this branch became a relic. The goddess replies that it was a very long time ago, and maybe a little over 1,000 years. Then the main character breaks this branch, after which the priest screams in shock, asking what the princess is doing. and the king is confused. The priest asks how the young lady could, since it is a precious relic, and the main character replies that it is not so. And this branch is a fake, because if it were a real relic, then she would not be able to break it so easily. And everything that is made by the gods has strong divine power. The main character also understands that it is not easy for her to break even an ordinary branch. The priest is also interested in this, perhaps, after which they fall to the floor. The king approaches him and asks if he is even looking after the relics, but the high priest cries out to His Majesty that there were no problems at the last prayer celebration, and he himself saw that the relic definitely contains divine power. Lottie replies that it is certainly true that the divine power comes from her, and it is also true that there were no problems until last year. The girl also asks how they usually protect the shrine, and the man replies that they hide it in a secret place with several seals, and he is the only one who knows where this secret place is. The main character asks if the relic is safe there, and the man replies that he is sure. And the young lady claims that the holy relic was then replaced at the end of last year's celebration, and that it is the one who is capable of terrible deeds who was able to deceive the king and the high priest. The girl now steps on this branch, after which it crumbles, and a stone is visible from there. And then the priest cries out in shock. Could it really be that a piece of the real relic was hidden in the fake? At this time, the goddess becomes furious and wonders who dared to insult her. The priests then go into shock and realize that the temple is shaking, and they cry out that it is an earthquake. One of them claims that the goddess Datum is furious. The main character at this time tells her to calm down, and also stopped right now, otherwise she would fall into eternal sleep. The goddess then stops and apologizes, after which the main character says that if the celebration is cancelled, people will be disappointed, and rumors will spread that Datome's accusations will cause Pandarion to leave, so they need to create a new relic. The king is then a little surprised and asks the girl if it is necessary how to do it. The young lady claims that they have something that was bestowed by the goddess Datome herself. The girl also remembers how the boy said that there was a tree nearby that Datome herself planted. The young lady asks if the stolen holy relic is not part of this tree. The priest claims that the girl is right. According to records, the goddess Datome gave a fruit tree to feed the people, and then she broke a branch and gave it to them as a sacred relic. The goddess at this time claims that yes, that was the case, because they prayed to her to feed all the people, but she forgot to prepare the gift. That's why she broke the branch. Now the young lady asks if they are going to the tree, then. And the priest claims that he wants to tell Her Highness that the sacred tree is infected. A little while later, the girl approaches him and realizes that everything is true. She is also shocked to think how a sacred tree can get sick, and the king asks if they even look after the temple. If everything is in such a bad state, the other priest immediately falls to his knees and bows his head, and also asks for mercy. After all, it was all his fault as the guardian. But the high priest claims that he could not do anything. After all, the tree is already old and was even engulfed in flames, and he is sure that everyone remembers the Demon King. The main character then thinks about this bastard and realizes that when he turned 70 years old, the Demon King set fire to entire countries to put all the people into eternal sleep, and because of him, the girl fell into eternal sleep a few months after her memory returned, and then it seems he disappeared without a trace. The priest claims that since then the tree has become weaker and weaker, and they also cannot help because they do not know anything about divine diseases. The keeper then claims that it is still his fault that he could not save the tree, and he knows that his life is worth nothing. But he will take responsibility for spoiling the prayer celebration. The main character then realizes that he is saying something about responsibility, even though he did not prevent anything. The young lady claims that they will talk about punishment later, and there is still time for a holiday. The king then tells the young lady to tell him what she is going to do, and the girl states that she will make medicine to cure the saint, and asks if she can get into the herb storehouse. The king then agrees, and the former queen states that it sounds wonderful, after which the young lady leaves and claims that she will return soon, and a little while later, she already comes with a test tube in her hands and claims that everything is ready. The goddess claims that she believed in Lottie, and she knew that she could help, but the girl wondered what kind of medicine it was, after which the young lady smiled, and he thinks that this is not a medicine at all, but a poison. The goddess is then very surprised and asks what she is talking about, and the young lady claims that this is a bottle of ink, and she was unable to make medicine before, but she found out that severe pain can heal. The goddess is already screaming that the sacred tree is dying, and that this is blasphemy. However, the young lady at this time looks at this tree with a smile on her face, after which the high priest turns to her and asks if everything will be okay. The girl replies that of course, and asks if he could pour his divine power into the tree, to which the priest agrees. However, he claims that the power will not work because of the disease, and her Naladai claims that now everything will work out and he will have to apply all his strength. The man says that he understood, after which he and his colleague begin to use divine powers. They try their best, and someone cries out that the disease is retreating. However, the young lady claims that more is needed too, which they agree, after which the tree begins to blossom and then turns completely green. And then the young lady says that the sacred tree is cured. At this time, the priest claims that the Lord himself is calling him to himself, and the guardian asks him to come to his senses. The goddess at this time claims that this is amazing, and now the girl will be able to cure absolutely any tree. But the young lady replies that no, and she is the only one who can make this poison. But this requires enormous divine power. And now she says that a new divine relic needs to be made. The goddess then wonders how she will do this if she is in a sprout. And the girl is interested in whether the relic is an object that the god touched and gave to a person. The goddess answers that it seems so, and after contact, the object becomes sacred, and also asks what with that, and the main character says that then everything will be fine, after which she breaks one of the branches, and the goddess asks what she is doing. The girl claims that she will wrap the god around the branch, and the goddess in shock asks what she is talking about, after which the main character begins to whine. Her blonde only complains of back pain. A little while later, the sprout is already wrapped around the branch and begins to shine. The king and the former queen are then a little surprised, and the main character says that she succeeded. The priest then asks how this is possible, and the young lady claims that she will say it yesterday in her sleep. Datum came to her, asking for help, stepped back and told her this method. The goddess at this time says that the girl is talking something ridiculous, but the priest at this time only begins to cry and call out to the goddess Daitoma, and the young lady merely asserts that deep faith must be rewarded, and in his thoughts he turns to the goddess and also wonders how she can use her reward. A little while later, the priest says that very soon the new relic will enter Datomi. Their main character says that so be it. At this time, the goddess only says that the girl is a liar, and the main character tells the priests, it seems that she is overexerted. I wonder if she can leave them, after which she takes the object in which the goddess is located from the branch and asks where the girl is going. The king says that if the young lady is tired, she can return to the imperial palace and let her not overdo it. The young lady claims that she is just a little tired and needs a short break, to which the man agrees, and also tells the girl to take care of herself and she can come back at any time. The main character then looks away and agrees, after which they all leave, and the girl says that she is finally alone. The goddess at this time asks if the emperor is a member of the young lady's family, but he really treats her like a human being. The young lady then thinks what the goddess means, and the woman asserts that she had previously had bad luck with her families, and the girl was either an orphan or connected with strange people. so let her enjoy this life and not think about falling into eternal sleep. The main character then asks if the goddess was watching her, and the woman replies that, of course she was, and she was concerned about Lottie, even though she couldn't help because of her contract. The young lady then realizes that she thought she had been fighting alone all her life, and there was not even one caring person, but one goddess. The goddess at this time asks why the girl decided to take her away, and also suggests to hurry and return so that she can tear off the blessing. However, the young lady claims that there is a small matter, and she promised to reward her for her help. The goddess then says that this is true and asks what the girl needs and whether she should thank her for her help. The main character then asks if she is really happy and asks about the goddess what the young lady wants. Lottie tells her not to worry because if the relic is damaged, they can make another one, after which the goddess is surprised. One of the residents is then surprised and tells people to just look. After all, the sacred relic shines so brightly, and this year there will be a great harvest because it has never seen such a bright glow. And perhaps Datom admires the piety of His Majesty, the Emperor and the High Priest. And the young lady just thinks that she is just furious because she broke her back. At this time, the boy turns to his little sister and asks what she was doing before, and the girl replies that she was doing nothing special. The main character also looks at the prince and princess and thinks that they are pretending not to hear anything. The girl claims that she only saw that the shrine was damaged and could not do anything, but it seems that the high priest was able to fix it. The young lady also thinks that it is good that she came up with an excuse in advance, because if they find out about what happened, she will be under close surveillance. The girl also remembers asking the high priest if he could tell the whole story about all her knowledge from the dream. The man then said that it was good, and for a start, their temple of Datom would always be on Her Highness's side, no matter what happened. And the young lady thinks that this is very good, and also that it is not a big deal if the relic is dropped a couple of times, because she has another shrine. And unfortunately, each relic has not only divine power, but also the power of one of the gods. Where the relic of the sun is located, there are many clear days, and where the relic of wine is located, there is high-quality wine produced. And where the relic of Datom is located, there is natural abundance. And absolutely any crops grow well. So the girl is going to plant medicinal herbs in her garden, and then she will be able to become healthy. But then the main character is a little surprised, because when she looks into the crowd, then she sees a familiar person and thinks that she can't possibly know anyone there. The priest at this time wishes eternal prosperity and peace to Pandarion and the temple of Datom. The young man at this time turns to his sister and says that they are finished, and the young lady asks what it is and whether it could be that he was still alive. After which, the girl runs off somewhere, and the young man asks where she is. At this time, the girl is just making her way through the crowd, and she screams for them to wait a minute and also to let her pass, after which she also screams for this person to wait. A little while later, the young lady is already trying to catch her breath and is also wondering where she is now. The girl also stands near the fence and thinks, what if she goes there? However, at that very moment, someone turns to Her Highness and claims that this is a forbidden territory. The main character then turns around and thanks the lady but does not know how to address her. At this point, the girl comes closer and says that she is Mrs. Floyd, or more precisely, the Marchioness Floyd, named Milia. The young lady then says that it is clear, and she is the daughter of the Floyd family. But then the girl remembers this Marquis, and he thinks that he is not the best person, so he needs to run away quickly. The girl says that she is glad that the Marquis recognized her. Well, it's time for her to go back. However, when the young lady goes in one direction, the Marquis blocks her. And when she returns to the other, the Marchioness still does not let her go. Lottie asks if the lady wants to say something. And after this, the girl turns to Her Highness and says that of course, and in fact, she wants to talk to her. The main character realizes that this girl was following her and then asks what she wants to say. The girl asks if Her Highness really doesn't remember her, but then they can meet again. The lady with pink hair claims that her name is Melia and that she is Her Highness' best friend. The main character then thinks, what kind of nonsense did this girl say? But it's just awful. Melia claims that they had tea parties and trips out of town together, and Her Highness even bought a dress for her. After which the main character wonders what she is talking about. But until recently, she only had 4 dresses, and the girl wonders if she really gave her a gift, although the only food in the palace was sprouted potatoes. But now the young lady says that this is how it should be. They were close. The girl replies that, yes, and that is true. After all, Her Highness even gave her a necklace, but she doesn't wear it often because it matches all my dresses. Lottie thinks that you just have to look at her and also says that this can happen. Melia claims that she is very happy and knew that Her Highness would say exactly that. Well, then the girl squeezes the young lady's hand, and the latter thinks that she is in great pain. Melia date time claims that in truth she was very worried and wonders if Her Highness has forgotten even about her. But the girl also says that it's okay because it won't change their relationship, and Her Highness is her best friend. The main character at this time turns to Lady Floyd and then says that she is disrespectful. The girl is very surprised by this and asks if Her Highness is talking about her, and Lottie replies that she thinks that because the girl is still young, she is not well trained in etiquette. And she tells Lady Floyd that she is not her friend, and maybe they were close in the past. But who dares to touch a member of the imperial family first? Melia is a little surprised by this, and Lottie says that no matter how high-ranking an aristocrat is, the Marquise has no right to touch a member of the imperial family, and also she should know her place. The young lady also asks if the girl is familiar with Baron Leoldine, after which the young lady says that she knows him but is interested. Why does Her Highness ask about him? Lottie replies that she wants to report that they say that Baron Dean has appropriated the imperial money and also the jewels, and also among them was a precious necklace presented by His Majesty the Emperor. The girl then, with shaking hands, asks if Her Highness could tell her what kind of necklace it was, and the main character replies that it is a beautiful pearl necklace. The lady with pink hair is then very surprised, after which everyone tells him that she remembered an urgent matter, so she asks for forgiveness and she will go first. Lottie realizes that she was simply making an assumption. She was curious about why Baron Dean wasn't afraid of Marquis Floyd, and also wonders if it's all about Lady Floyd. This necklace was given by none other than the Emperor. In fact, she gave it to Marquis Floyd, and the girl claims that it is all very annoying. A little while later, she is already returning to her palace. The boy then points his finger at something and asks his sister what it is. The main character comes closer to the window and asks what he is talking about. The boy points to a branch, and the young lady claims that it is nothing special and also something similar to fertilizer. The young man then says that this fertilizer is very strange, and the goddess in the kingdom of the gods at this time is almost crying because of the way her artifact is being treated. The main character realizes that since she and Akron became closer, they have become more tender. The girl also turns to the boy and asks how he is doing with His Majesty. The young man replies that he and his father were recently on a short trip, and he said that if Akron performed well in fencing, he would give him a sword. The young lady then smiles and realizes that the boy had always called his father His Majesty before, but now he addresses him as Dad. The Emperor, although belatedly, seems to want to improve their relationship, and so he sends the girl all sorts of gifts. Sometimes he understands, but not always. However, one thing is for sure, and this is what the Emperor's insomnia can no longer be ignored, because judging by the rare meetings, his condition is worse than she thought, and the man must start taking medications, or else he will feel even worse. At this time, someone knocks on the door of the room. Their main character tells this person to come in, after which a boy comes in and greets Her Highness. But there he sees Akron, who looks at him coldly. Lottie asks what happened, and Raven tries to answer, but then the prince interrupts him and asks what the guy is doing in his sister's palace. However, at that very moment, the main character hits him on the head. The young man then asks why she did this, and the young lady claims that one cannot talk like that to strangers, and it is better to ask her sister who this boy is. The guy does this after that, and the main character says that it's good, and let him fill it out as an example, after which she says that they should get to know each other. After all this, young man is the Earl of Ravenssail, and she is his guardian. The boy says that it is a great honor for him to meet His Highness. Akron also introduces himself and says that he is the second prince, but still looks at the boy coldly, and also asks why he is in home clothes, and also whether he lives there. The main character replies that yes, and Mrs. Sayla is her maid, and Raven is always with her, so they live together. After this, the prince only cries out that he also wants to live with his sister, and slanders her, and asks why he doesn't leave his huge palace and move in with her, after which she turns to Raven again and asks what happened. The young man replies that he doesn't understand something in the textbook, and the young lady asks what it is. The guy then points to one of the parts and says that this one, after which the main character explains what should be there. And the prince, seeing this, only smirks and then asks how old the boy is. The young man replies that he is 9, after which the prince only looks at him confidently and also claims that the elder brothers will teach the little count everything. Raven then thanks the guy, and Akron says that then they can look after which the young man shows how it should be there and asks if he understands. Raven answers that it is not quite. The main character realizes that if she thinks about it, Akron is communicating with a peer for the first time, and she hopes that they will become good friends. The prince, at this time, claims that everything is fine, and he will explain again. Then he does so. However, Raven claims that, to be honest, he does not understand the explanation at all. At this time, someone knocks in her head, and the main character wonders if it is Betty, after which he asks if there are any buns left after breakfast, and also if she can bring a snack. Well then, the maid tells Her Highness that the prince has arrived, and the boy enters the room. Akron says that this is Prince Leonard Raven, also greets His Highness, and the main character rises from her seat and asks what brought Prince Leonard there, and he replies that he has a conversational young lady, after which he looks at Akron and says that she has a guest. The young man is then a little surprised, and then claims that they will play just as they were about to go to another room. The prince then asks if this is true, and says that it is a very good coincidence, and also apologizes. Well, the main character says that no, and the guy shouldn't leave, because she doesn't know what happened. But does a person who came without an invitation have the right to decide who should leave? At this time, Akron turns to his sister in shock and asks what she is saying, because this is His Highness Prince Leonard, and he didn't come there for no reason. The main character then asks how this is, and also claims that Akron is more important to her. The young man then becomes embarrassed and says that he has something else to say. Then the young man whispers to his sister that Leonard actually always comes on business, and the girl replies that they had agreed to meet with Akron. The girl also understands that the guy had been working hard for several days to set aside a whole day to play with her, and she wonders if she can accept Leonardo, who appeared out of nowhere, because this is unacceptable. Akron claims that he is fine, and the girl will just tell him everything, but later after which she says that they will go to another room. When these two come out, the main character turns to His Majesty and asks what happened. The guy replies that he heard that her character has changed a lot, and besides, it seems to him that she and Akron have become close. Well, she behaves awkwardly with him, and the main character claims that maybe the reason is that she spends a lot of time with Akron and they help each other. The crown prince then remains silent about the young lady, thinking that everything seems to be going well, after which she asks what really happened. And the guy asks if she speaks the ancient language of Lundo fluently. The girl is then shocked and wonders who told him this, and also wonders if Her Majesty the former queen really told him. The guy replies that yes, and it happened when he was about to leave the palace. The woman told him to drive by and talk to Lottie because she might know how to solve his problems. The main character now says that it seems he has a request for her, and the crown prince replies that this is true. However, the young lady claims that she doesn't understand him a little, and there must be at least a few people in the imperial palace who speak the Lundo language. So Lottie asks why he came to her. The man replies that it is because he cannot get help from the scholars in the palace, and the young lady asks if help is needed in the magic tower. His Highness the Crown Prince replies that yes, and the girl says that this is probably quite secret information. The young lady understands that the imperial palace, the temple, and the magic tower, each of these has its own power, but even if the relationship between the tower and the palace is fine now, he still can't borrow the scholars from the palace. The man then asks what else the young lady has learned, and the girl asks if this is really considered a secret for the time being. She also understands that if it were secret, even if only temporarily, then Her Majesty the Empress would not have sent him to her. His Highness at this time says that the girl is right, and it seems that she has become much smarter. The young lady replies that she was born a genius, and the young man says that it was just that he did not recognize it before. He also claims that everything is as she suggests, and he had an ancient book that he does not want to share with the imperial family or anyone else. Well, if she helps, she will be rewarded, and he will keep her dressage abilities of Lundo a secret. After all, it seems her goal is to live in the shadows. The young lady then smiles and says that His Highness is smart. The guy replies that he is also a genius, and the main character wonders what happened. The guy then asks if she knows anything about magic, and the girl replies that only a little. And the main thing in magic is to create your own circle and learn the spell as well as other circles. But it is also important to constantly learn something new, as well as restore magical knowledge that has been lost. After which, the young lady asks if he found a spell book in the Lundo language. The guy answers that this is true, and the owner of the ancient book spoke Lundo perfectly, and those who knew this language at least a little, they tried to translate it, but all failed. The girl then asks where this ancient book is, after which, in shock, she says that this can't be. And does she really need to get into the magic tower? The young lady also thinks that he must have gone crazy. And of course, if you use teleportation, it will be fast, but it is so problematic, after which the girl claims that she will not go. However, the prince says that His Majesty the Emperor said that she is looking for good medicine, and if she translates the book perfectly, he will give her a leaf from the world tree that is kept in the tower. The main character, hearing this, immediately asks when they can leave, and a little while later she is already breathing heavily. The maid turns to Her Highness and asks if everything is okay with her, and if perhaps she should take a rest. The Crown Prince claims that the tower is very close, and it is better to get there and rest there rather than stop there. The girl then says that His Highness Leonard is right, because it is about 2 hours from there to the tower. Fearing that the enemy can use the teleporter to attack, there is a decent distance between the teleporter and the tower. And of course, there is a magic circle located in the tower itself, but only wizards can use it. Now the young lady thanks the maid for her care, and Betty replies that you are welcome, and asks if the mistress would like some water. The girl replies that no, and she is fine, and also asks if the maid needs anything. Betty replies that no, and she is quite strong. The heir prince, at this time, suggests that they go, because he wants to get there faster, after which the young lady agrees, and they start driving. Leonard then turns to Lottie and states that he thought her maid needed a lot of training, and also says that the girl should not be too friendly with the servants. The young lady then asks if this is true about the prince, who replies that this also applies to Akron. After all, if you spoil him too much, he will never grow up. And it is nonsense when a maid feels comfortable in front of the imperial family. The main character then thinks about what he is talking about, and also claims that they will talk about Betty later. The girl claims that in private conversations, she will do what she wants, and Akron is a child who needs to be taken care of before he becomes part of the imperial family. However, the prince claims that the girl is talking about something she does not know. And also, the person who is on top needs dignity. First of all, the girl claims that the person who is on top rather needs support. His Highness then says no, and the girl will soon find out. Lottie then realizes that something is probably happening right now, and that's why he's so nervous. The girl also wonders if a 20-year-old fifth circle wizard can't afford to live in peace. Well then, the young lady thinks that such actions are explained, after which the carriage shakes a little from the young lady, immediately jumps up from her seat, and she quietly screams, and then falls on His Highness and says that she fell. Blynn then asks if she is okay, and the girl answers that she is, after which she touches it, and thinks that it is worth looking at. After which the young lady with her powers checks the guy's magic circle and sees that there is a crack in it. This circle is made to accumulate mana around the heart, and a crack in it means that mana is leaking out, and it also means that the owner cannot cultivate. A little while later, Prince Leonard is greeted by other mages, and one of them claims that he heard that he brought a man who speaks the ancient language fluently, and also asks if they will finally get a translation of the book. The guy replies that this is true, and that she was personally recommended by the former empress. One of the magicians claims that Her Majesty's opinion is trustworthy. After which the prince extends his hand to the young lady and says that this is Lottie Pandarion. She is the second princess, and this child is his translator. The magicians are then shocked and wonder if this princess is a fool. They are a long time later. The young lady's maid only sulks, and he also says that the lady just came to them, and they made such faces, and they are as stupid as potatoes. The main character then thanks the girl for being angry on her behalf, but claims that if she helps them, even once, they will change their minds. The young lady also understands that in any case, it will not go beyond the walls of the tower. Betty turns to the princess and asks if I am better than them already, to which the girl replies that yes, and she is much better after the medicine and rest. She also understands that the wizard also helped her recover, and then the wizard dealt with it very easily, but Leonard just watched her, and apparently his problem with the circle is quite serious. At this time, someone apologizes to Her Highness and asks if he can come in. The girl tells him to come in, after which the magician enters the room and claims that he wanted to know how the young lady was feeling. The girl, with a smile on her face, replies that it is only thanks to him that she has become much better, and the man says that this is good. He also apologizes for his impudence, but asks Her Highness if she can really start translating the book. The young lady then wonders if everyone is interested in what skills she has, and the man replies that none of them expected her to arrive, and apologizes for thinking badly of her. The main character then thinks that she understands everything, and just a couple of months ago, she was an insignificant mudblood, and today she came as a translator from an ancient language, and their doubts are completely justified. The young lady says that everything is fine, and that the driving force of wizards is their insatiable curiosity. The man then says that Her Highness knows these words, and the girl replies that yes, she has read several books on the history of the magic tower, and this phrase has touched her soul. The magician then claims that in the end, this phrase is nothing more than the ideology of the magic tower, and endlessly explore, and also endlessly practice. The girl then compliments the magician and claims that endlessly be surprised by all the true world, and then he will tell you the right answer. The man then realizes that he didn't think that this girl would remember everything, after which he claims that Her Highness is a good person, and he is sure that those below will soon know about it. The girl then thanks the man for his support. There, the man then tells Her Highness to follow him. Then they head down the corridor, and the girl thinks that a lot has changed there, and she also thinks that she really wants to visit her laboratory at least once. After that, they walk past the paintings, and the man claims that these are the wonderful people who led their tower. They were all amazing and wonderful, and if even one of them had not been there, the tower might not exist today. The main character then looks at one of the paintings and asks if it is possible that this is the Archmage Carmel. The man replies that she was a wizard of the 8th circle and was also well versed in the study and interpretation of ancient magic. Much of the ancient magic of the recorded tower was restored by her. The main character then becomes a little embarrassed and says that she is an outstanding person, and the man claims that the princess is right because this woman is the one Leonard admires the most. The main character then asks, a little surprised, if there are any attacks, and also thinks that Carmel was an ordinary commoner, and thinks if she is really a role model for Leonard. The magician then asks if it is really that surprising. Hello, the girl replies that no, and she simply thought that he would look up to others, for example to that person over there, after which the girl points to one of the portraits and asks if this man was not the greatest wizard of his time, because judging by what she heard, he easily used high-level magic. The man replies that this is true, but claims that Leonard likes Archmage Carmel better. The young lady then asks why this is so, and the man replies that it is because Carmel created more magic needed for everyday life than for combat, such as a spell that gives a small light in the dark, and a spell that helps find a village when you are lost. The spells she created were nothing special for wizards, and in those days all wizards were very aggressive and dangerous. However, as the magic created by Carmel spread among people, the image of the wizards and the tower slowly changed, and the man claims that in addition, even the wizards of the 1st circle could use its magic because of its simplicity, and so many came to the tower. Thanks to this, the tower grew even larger. Well, he can't say that she was good, only in this form. Her attack magic abilities were also high. The young lady then mentally asks him to stop. The man claims that Leonard once told him that if he could meet Carmel, he would definitely do it, and the girl then becomes very embarrassed and understands that she cannot say that this is one of her past personalities, so she asks him to stop. After which the main character says that they need to hurry because they have been expected for a long time, to which the man agrees. And then they go into one of the rooms, and the magician says that they should go there. One of the men then says that they came, and the other claims that they were waiting for them. He then holds out a book and claims that it is an ancient book that they are asking to be translated, after which the main character is shocked to realize that this is her diary. It was written there that today she was able to eat stewed meat from the seasonal menu, and it was very tasty. And this restaurant closed because the building collapsed due to an earthquake, and surprisingly, but she has teamed up with other regulars to create a new restaurant, but the owner seems to be confused about something. Before she fell into eternal sleep, she confessed to her that she was very glad when the restaurant closed, because she could no longer work, but because of them, everything went back to the way it was before, but she couldn't lose the delicious stew. Now the young lady realizes that she should burn the diary instead of translating it. Mac then turns to Her Highness and asks if she can definitely translate the book since she can spend as much time as she needs. The girl then replies that yes, and only a little more is needed. But then the young lady realizes that she wrote in the ancient language on purpose, so that no one could understand her, but she must do this in order to obtain the leaves of the world tree. The girl also reads the next page, which says that at that time, Roy was very drunk and told her about magic, and she also wondered what was there. And now, the young lady remembers that there was dragon magic and Pendrati. He was a red dragon he was friends with, and they had many fights with, and he has been dormant for hundreds of years. And Roy is the name he used when he was human. The girl also understands that in order not to forget the ancient magic spell that she heard from him, she wrote it down somewhere. The source of magic was a dragon, and all the first spells were knowledge passed from the dragon to man. The young lady wrote it all down there, so now she is a winner. At this point, His Highness turns to the young lady and asks if it is too difficult. The girl replies that no, it is possible. The guy claims that he will run in secret, that she has such abilities, and can even swear to the correspondence of the magic tower. Lottie replies that there is no need, and she will translate everything. Then one of the magicians turns to His Highness and also claims that nothing happened in the tower today. The young lady then thinks that it would be nice if it were so, after which she thinks that it is worth trying, after which she begins to read what is written there. Well, instead of talking about how she suffered from a hangover, the girl reads that fortunately she found the dragon's diary, and Roy is the owner of the diary, and Pendrade is the name of the dragon. One of the mages, then in shock, claims that he heard that Pendrade befriended a human before falling asleep. The girl also claims that they say this diary was a gift for this man, but it says, "Dear Doris." The girl then claims that she doesn't understand magic forms well, so she will try to copy it. The girl also understands that there is magic for getting rid of a hangover and magic for leg pain after long walks. At this time, two magicians are watching the girl write something and say that this formula and language are perfect, no matter how you look at it, and it even smells like ancient magic. The girl then asks him in her thoughts to stop. The other mage then apologizes and says that they are very worried. But this is dragon magic, and this is the first time since Archmage Carmel discovered it. The girl understands that dragons are now very rare creatures, so it is understandable that dragon magic is new to them. The young lady then hands over one of the sheets of paper and states that it is the last one, after which the man thanks her. His Highness then looks at this, and the young lady understands that he is looking for a way to seal the crack in the circle. And if she now had the abilities from her past life, then everything would be simpler. But to heal Leonard, you need to be at least 8th in the circle. And the girl thinks that only the head of the tower can do this, after which she thinks, who is the master in the tower now? At this time, His Highness asks if she has translated everything. And the girl replies that this is all she was able to translate, and if she missed something. However, then the main character sees some flower and thinks what it is. It says there so that the girl doesn't forget, because her laboratory is to the right of the golden arrow. The young lady then wonders what it was, and whether it was herbs or alcohol. The magician at this time suggests finishing for today and tells Lottie to have a good rest. The girl then asks if she can take the book with her, because she would still like to read it in her room. The two magicians then tell Her Highness that of course, and she can take her time. One of the men then claims that he will escort Her Highness to her room, while the Crown Prince apologizes, but claims that he is going to his room. After this, the young lady goes to her room, but she turns to Mr. Podrel, and the man asks, "What is it?" And the young lady asks where the master of the magic tower is. Now, the man replies that he is right there, and it is Podrel Galania who is the master of the tower. The main character then asks in shock what he is talking about, and realizes that this man is completely different from the masters that she knew, and whether he is too young to be the head of the tower. The master at this time claims that he is actually quite old, but physical training sometimes turns back time. The girl then thinks that this is not what is important now, and also claims that she would like to tell him something, and she knows what state Leonard is in now. The man is then very surprised, and the young lady claims that it happened by accident, and Leonard does not know about it. The master claims that he raised it, but wonders why the girl brought it up, and the young lady claims that she did not tell him before. But the old book tells how to restore the cracked circle. The master then asks if it is true, and the young lady points out that yes, it is a little dangerous to tell it there. After which the master asks if the girl would like to have a cup of tea in his room, and the young lady with a smile on her face replies that of course, after which they come to the man's room, or he claims that he hopes the young league will like it, and he also thinks that he will be able to give her the leaves of the world tree only the day after tomorrow. First, he would like to make sure that the ancient magic has been translated. The girl then says yes, and the man asks Her Highness how the circle can be restored, and he is interested. The girl then states that first of all she wants to know what happened to Prince Leonard. The master, then a little puzzled, wonders whether he should tell about the young lady, but he claims that there is no need to worry too much, and she's not there just to admire the beauty of the tower. And Leonard is sleeping now, and the girl asks if this is true. The man then claims that she is right, and also asks if she knows a man named Aldo. Lottie replies that she does not, and she does not think about the man. Claims that Aldo is the one who entered the tower with Leonard. They quickly became friends because they were the same age and had similar talents, and they ended up in the tower at the same time. Aldo was a commoner, but in their tower, talent was valued above status, and they had been friends for a long time. And he also thought that raising such wizards would give the tower a bright future. But even their strong connection turned out to be easy to break, and at some point, Leonard began to get ahead of his friend, so Aldo developed an inferiority complex, and the situation was getting worse due to Leonardo's narrowing horizons. And while the prince was struggling to reach the sixth circle, Aldo was on the fourth, and the gap between them only grew. Then it happened, and it is unknown where Aldo took the petals from the delphinium tree. Well, he fed them to Leonard, and fortunately, the leaves did not plunge His Highness into eternal sleep. Well, they pissed off the manna in his hotel, and fortunately, Julia's people managed to spit them out in time. Well, his circle had already cracked. Having dealt with Aldo, according to the rules of the tower, he put all his efforts into restoring Leonard's circle. But the situation was getting worse and worse, and he even asked for help from the archipelago and from the tower on another continent, but he was refused. The main character then says that this is how she understands, that now she understands Leonard's attitude towards commoners, and everything is much more serious than she thought. The girl also understands that what Leonard needs now is to seal the crack and expand his horizons, and if she could use her power from her past life, for at least 5 minutes, the situation would be easily resolved. The Archmage at this time turns to Her Highness and asks what method of restoring the circle is written in the book. The young lady replies that it was said there that it is necessary to pour in mana until the cracked circle is restored. She understands that this method is ignorant, but it is the only one, and only one person can pour in mana, and in case of failure, the crack will only get bigger. Podrel then sighs and says that it seems like this is the only way, and every particle of him wants to start, but he is only on the 7th circle now, so the probability of success is only 50%, and it would be possible to try if there was someone with a higher level. The girl then wonders if she can help with anything, and the man says that it is already very late, and he will take Her Highness to her room. The girl then says that everything is fine, after which someone knocks on the door, and the young lady says it's time, and claims he has a guest, after which she heads to the door and claims she'll go then. However, when the girl opens the door, she sees Prince Leonardo there, and he asks if he can go. Lottie replies that of course, and they can talk alone, and she will also go. Then the young lady closes the door to the room and looks around, wondering if there is anyone there. The girl also realizes that the laboratory she used when she was Carmel is very close by. After which the girl approaches this door, and when she puts her hand on it, she realizes that she does not feel any mana. And it also seems that there are no protective spells there. But it's good that she worked next to the master's room, because who would rob a laboratory that is very close to the master of the magic tower? After which the young lady calls the name, which is her password, and opens the door. When the young lady goes inside, she thinks that everything is as before, but it seems like it was somewhere there. After which the girl finds a bottle with a potion, and with a smirk on her face says that now it's time to set Leonard's brains straight. The tower master at this time turns to Leonard and states that he sincerely hopes that he will not give up magic because it is the path he has walked for so long, and the path he truly loves. The boy tells the teacher that it was so hard for him, after which the man says that he knows, and because of Aldo, the boy had to go through a lot. However, the young man cries out that this is not so. After which he claims that even before Aldo's betrayal, things were not easy for him. When the guy was on the fifth circle, he was completely sure that he had climbed to the top, which would have taken anyone else a lifetime to reach, and he firmly believed that he would become a powerful archmage. Well then, one mistake happened, and then another one, and after several such mistakes, he was ready to plunge into eternal sleep in order to achieve his goal, that is the 6th level. Gritting his teeth, he continued, and that was all because Aldo was supporting him. And this guy was right when he said that if he couldn't rise even higher, he would be stuck there for the rest of his life. And what has come of this? There is a crack in his circle, and they have not been able to find a cure for it for a very long time. After which, the young man tells the teacher that he can no longer stand this. The master then tells Leonard to calm the council down. He just needs a little freedom from the burden, but the boy screams out what he can do. After all, looking around, he sees only impenetrable darkness. At that very moment, someone bursts into the room and screams that everything is wrong. It turns out to be Lottie with the potion. The master then asks Her Highness if she hasn't gone to her room, and the girl replies that she has found something better, and she has a gift for Leonard. Well, then he is a little surprised and asks if this is really a gift for him, and the girl only opens a jar with a potion, after which she pours it on the prince's head. The man then screams what she is doing, and the guy just falls to the ground. After he opens his eyes, he sees a woman who greets him. The guy then wonders if this is Archmage Carmel, but also wonders why she is there. At this time, the woman says that the weather is good and asks if it is, and the guy just looks at her in surprise. After which, the woman hits him on the shoulders and tells him to get up and not to waste the time that the other woman gave him. The young man then becomes confused and thinks, what does another she mean? After which he asks what he needs to do, and the woman asks if he asks what two magicians should do when they meet. After which, she claims to fight and starts using magic. The young man is shocked and thinks really, and she casts a spell without a single word, and also screams that he can't use magic right now. But the woman replies that no, and she knows that he can, because he will fall into eternal sleep if he does not begin to act. The young man then tries to create a magical barrier, but when the woman attacks him, the barrier collapses. The guy then thinks that if he had reached level 6, everything could have been different, and the woman then asks if he now thinks that if he had reached level 6, there would be no point in dealing with her. Well, if he is at level 6, then she is at level 7. After which, the woman uses her magic, and the guy is hit a lot. The woman claims that if he had the 8th level, she would have used the 9th. He asks if the guy knows what his problem is. After which, he claims that he neglects what he has achieved so far. The young man then tries to object, and the woman just tells him to appreciate what he has now, and also to remember it. The young man, then almost crying, agreed, and the woman asked what she would answer now in front of herself. The guy answered that he saw the sky, and also his own miserable reflection. And the woman says that it is good. So then he needs to set his brains straight. The master of the brother is shocked, asking what Her Highness did, and also whether this is really a red liquid. The main character replies that it is difficult for her to speak, and that she is breathing heavily, and the man understands that just a minute ago, everything was fine with her, but now it is as if she is plunging into eternal sleep. The girl just starts to fall off her feet and tells Mr. Podrel that it is a secret miracle, and also let him think that this will never happen again. The man then tells Her Highness that he understands, and the girl says that it is good, and she also claims that the prince will not refuse this path, and she wanted to ask him for a favor, after which today in the magic tower. And the man just continues and claims that it didn't happen, He understands that he has no idea what happened today, but he knows for sure that it won't happen again, and is sure that the girl saved him. So now he claims that it was surprisingly quiet in the magic tower today, and asks if that is true. The girl says that she agrees, and it was quite quiet, after which she leaves, and the master thinks whether he is really dealing with a child. And obviously, she was a naive child who never left the confines of the imperial palace. But now he sees her as an experienced person who has seen a lot in her life, and there are so many amazing things in the world. Then the man approaches Prince Leonard and thinks that he needs to be moved, but when he touches the guy, he is shocked, and he realizes that his magic circle has been restored. The main character is walking down the corridor and breathing heavily. She realizes that this time it was really hard, and she used the red liquid that she hid when she was still Carmel. Based on it, she made several elixirs that increased mana and finally cast an illusion spell to have the opportunity to meet Carmel. So if she is reborn in the body of a person who is gifted with magic, and then this red liquid can easily prolong her life, and she spent it all on someone else. And the first thought that came to her mind when she found the bottle was that she could pretend that she didn't know anything and leave it to you. Well, she's gotten old and soft, but now she has to be very careful. And the reason she got hurt so badly is simple. And this is what the red liquid of Carmel was not enough, and she added her own, so she had to just become the illusion of Carmel. But the girl still thinks that it was just an illusion. But even so, the body was overstrained. However, it seems that everything went well, and it seemed to her that the thoughts in Leonard's head became clear again. And he also opened his eyes, and now he will never give up the magical path so easily. Now the young lady thinks how tired she is, and understands that she needs to rest a little, and then she closes her eyes. When she opens them, she realizes that her head is spinning, and she sees a boy in front of her, who addresses her as a teacher, and also wonders why she saved him, because the teacher could have simply allowed him to fall into eternal sleep. The girl replies that adults are obliged to help children and guide them as well. The guy is her only student and must do well. The young man then says, with tears in his eyes, that the teacher cannot die because she is a genius, so she must live. However, the girl only tells Lionel to take care of himself, after which she completely plunges into eternal sleep. The young man then claimed that he would definitely find the teacher. The main character then wonders if she told him that she would be reborn. Now she jumps up and screams that no. Betty, seeing this, asks if Miss Lottie is okay, and the main character understands that she has obviously fallen into eternal sleep, lying on the ground in the cold rain. She still doesn't understand who this maid is, and how she knows her name. And also, why is her name Lottie? And does she think that after reincarnation, the name remains the same? Betty then tells the girl to wait just a minute, because she will bring His Highness Leonard. The young lady then thinks of these names, and then addresses Betty by name. And the maid immediately turns around and addresses Miss Lottie with a smile on her face. The main character then remembers that this is true, and Betty is her maid. Now the young lady also says that there is no need to go to Prince Leonard, and Betty asks if the lady is sure, to which she replies that yes, and she just woke up, so she got lost in her thoughts. The girl also asks if the maid can give her a glass of water. The maid then hands it to the miss and tells her to drink it slowly. The young lady then does so, and then sighs with a smile on her face. But then he asks Betty how long she lost consciousness for this time, and the maid only gets angry and claims that the mistress speaks as if she knew she would fall. The young lady then wonders when the maid became so smart, and then claims that it was not just some kind of premonition. However, Betty says that of course the lady didn't know, but for some reason she decided to sit down right in the hallway. The girl also tells Miss Lottie that she really hates it, after which the maid comes out and slams the door, and the main character wonders if she is angry. But Betty then opens the door and claims that she didn't mean to slam the door so loudly, it was just the wind. The young lady smiles after this, and also understands that she never thought that she would dream of her first life, and even Lionel appeared there. This young man is her first and last disciple, and it is probably because of the man she saw in the temple. More precisely, he looked like her student, only older, and the girl understands that they are similar in appearance, but they are different people because Lionel fell into eternal sleep at least 1,000 years ago. At this moment, someone turns to Her Highness and asks if she can spare him a minute. The girl realizes that it is Padril's voice and answers that she can. The man then comes in and asks for forgiveness and tells the young lady to lie down because he knows she is not feeling well. The girl replies that yes. She asks him to forgive her for this and also wonders if something happened. The man claims that first of all, he wants to thank the young lady and then bows. And he offers his gratitude as the master of the magic tower and Leonard's teacher. But the young lady then claims that nothing happened in the magic tower. And the man replies that this is true. Nothing happened, but he will never forget that nothing happened. The main character then thinks that now, if necessary, not only the temple is on her side, but also the magic tower, after which she still asks why the Archmage came to her. And the man claims that they will start with the fact that she should be curious, after which he claims that Leonard's condition has improved, and not only has the circle been restored, but now his body is overflowing with mana, and also in the future he will become even stronger. The main character then says that she is very happy, and the man hands her a container with something, and claims that it is a gift for Her Highness. The girl then asks if this is a leaf of the world tree, and the man replies that it is true. When the young lady looks at them, then she understands that these are real leaves of the world tree. But she tried so hard to get at least one, and the world tree is a giant tree, and it is the only one that she has not seen in any of her past lives. And the reason for this is simple. After all, it grows on the territory of the High Elves, and the Alphas are divided into 3 types. The first is the type that is known a lot, and she even reincarnated into one of them. The second kind are the Dark Alphas, and they say that they are corrupted by the power of darkness, but she hasn't seen them, so she can't say for sure. And finally, there are the High Elves, and these are also the most arrogant, so they also seem immortal. These elves do not interact with most other races, and do not leave the territory of the world tree. One day, a girl accidentally found the bark of the world tree and almost died from a detachment sent to chase her. From that moment on, she gave up, and now she can't believe that it happened like this. Well, the young lady then looks into the box and thinks what it is, after which she turns to Mr. Padril, and here he claims that the girl is right, and this is the fruit of the world tree. The main character then says in shock that her reward is only leaves. The Archmage replies that the raft is from his personal gratitude to her, and he heard that the young lady is in poor health, so let her accept his gift. The main character then kisses the box and says that she will accept it with great gratitude, after which she asks Mr. Padril and asks where he got it from. The man says he doesn't know if the young lady will believe him, but a long time ago, he helped a man who was lying on the side of the road. The main character wonders what kind of road this is, where they almost hand out rights to the imperial throne. And the girl also wonders if it was by chance a high elf. The man replies that no, and it was an ordinary girl. She also said that she was going to her parents' house to see the child, but she ran out of money, so she got into trouble. He decided to support her and took her to the port of Shirav. The main character when she asks if he took her there, and he also understands that the port of Shirav is a place where ships departing for other continents dock. The man claims that he received this fruit for his help and thinks that she got it from her distant ancestors. The young lady then understands what it is maybe, and no matter how arrogant the alpha is, sometimes they get out into the human world. The man then claims that he seems to have stayed too long with the girl, so he asks for forgiveness, and the young lady says that it's okay, and his story was interesting. Podrell also says that Leonard will visit her tomorrow, and that he is currently meditating. The young lady then says that he definitely will. And because of the red liquid that she gave him, his body is overflowing with mana, and it is logical that he creates a new circle so that it does not flow out. The man at this time tells the girl to have a good rest. And when he comes out, the main character is only happy and says that she succeeded. The girl understands that she received not only the flight of the world tree, but also the fruit. However, she also thinks about how best to use them, and it seems that Roy told her something. After which, the young lady remembers that the best way is to dry the leaves and make tea. A little while later, the maid comes into the mistress's room and asks if she can come in. The girl replies that she can, after which he asks if Betty can boil water, to which she usually replies that yes. A little while later, the main character is already making tea from these leaves, and the maid is surprised and asks what this means because it has such a pleasant aroma. The main character then agrees and understands that she feels this for the first time, and the aroma is gentle and also cool, but at the same time refreshing. But she also thinks why this smell is so nostalgic. After which, the main character invites the maid to have a drink together, and she agrees, and then they drink. The young lady is then a little surprised, and the maid wonders what kind of tea it is. All the fatigue that has accumulated over her life seems to have begun to melt, and she feels light, so she asks Miss Lottie what she will say. The girl also thinks whether she is talking about lightness and fatigue, after which she thinks that all this is not so, and she is about to fly and can even run a marathon. The girl understands that even the mandrake potion would not have given such effects, and there is nothing better for her than the leaves of the world tree. Well, the girl wonders why exactly the leaves of the world tree are one of the most difficult to obtain medicines, but it is impossible to even buy it, no matter how much money you have. And what's even more surprising is that she is a simple human, not a representative of another race, but the best medicine for her is a byproduct of the world tree. Each race has its own ideal medicine, and gnomes are generally well suited to medicines based on roots with strong earth energy. For mermaids, the best medicines will be those based on the power of water, and for people, anything of good quality is suitable, especially if you take more. The maid turns to Miss Lottie and asks if something is wrong, and the girl replies that there is not, and the young lady also asks when they are going to the palace. The girl replies that His Highness Leonard said that he is currently busy training, and he wonders if the lady wants to wait until it's finished and come back with him. The main character then thinks that no, and Leonardo will still be working hard for a long time to strengthen his circles, so he won't be able to go with them, but she needs to see him, so she'll go after that. As the boy finishes meditating and goes to the emperor because she must beg to save the world tree, the girl also understands that she will return to the imperial family as soon as possible. A little while later, someone asks if Princess Lottie has left the palace. One of the servants replies that yes, and indeed she has. According to the speaker, she left this morning, and it was also reported that Prince Leonard went with her. The man then asks what he is talking about, and the servant states that they assume that the destination is this magical tower, but they still haven't figured out the reason. Then the servant also asks if they should send spies to the tower, and the man replies that if the magicians catch them, it will end badly. And although both the temple and the tower have great power, they cannot be turned into enemies. But it is a completely different matter if the wizards from the tower voluntarily tell them the reason for the princess's arrival, and the man asks if this is true. The servant then says that he too will question one of the magicians under the pretext of discussing the situation with the money. The man then thinks what kind of vile creature is Lottie Pandarian, and he thought that it would be easy to deal with her, and no one would suspect anything about her plunging into eternal sleep if everyone knew how sick her body was. He also remembers how he told His Majesty that he couldn't do this, and he didn't even know whose child it was. And he also understands that he was able to easily isolate the girl, and all that was left was to quickly trample her, and that's it. But suddenly, the young lady cleared her name of the poisoning charges, and thus attracted the attention of the emperor. She also dealt with Baron Dean and caught smugglers in an illegal gambling house, for which he had to pay, but fortunately the damage was small, and then his stupid daughter made a mistake. The girl then asked how she could know that this pearl necklace was given to her by His Majesty the Emperor, and the man understood that he had told his daughter not to take what the Baron brought, but to immediately give it to him, and he just needs to fix everything. So now he tells Luga to tell him to get it done by the end of the day. The young man then asks if the gentleman is sure, because a little earlier he said that it is not worth getting into the magic tower. The man then says that this is true, but they have nothing in common with these stupid monsters. The main character at this time turns to Leonard and claims that she heard he finished his training at dawn, and also asks if he feels better. The guy replies that he feels very well. The young lady then thinks that it seems to be true, but just in case she wants to check. Then she asks if the prince can give her his hand. The young man replies that of course, after which he extends his hand. But he also looks at the young lady and asks why it seems to him that Lottie is very similar to her, and the girl thinks that he should guess. After she enters the carriage, she asks the guy if he knows what Padril told about it. That Archmage, Carmel, was a commoner. The Crown Prince is a little surprised after this, but then smiles and says that it is good. He also says goodbye and claims that as soon as he finishes his business, there he will come to the Imperial Palace. Then the main character and the maid leave, and the girl claims that 20 years is a long time. The maid asks what the mistress is talking about, and the main character replies that no, and she thinks that in 10 years, a new Archmage will appear, and the girl understands that he will be on her side, because then she will use him whenever she wants. Betty at this time claims that Miss Lottie's face frightens her, after which the girl also asks if the lady thinks that they have too few escorts. The girl answers that yes, it is true, it is too few, and also understands that she asked to keep her knowledge of the Lundo language a secret, which is why there are so few people. Well, the maid claims that this is not a problem, and it is not far from the Imperial Palace to the magic teleportation circle, and they are on the territory of the magic tower, and if problems arise, then the magicians will immediately come to their aid. Betty then says, with a smile on her face, that it is good, and she asks if she told Miss Lottie that Raven last time, after which they talk about something else, but suddenly the carriage shakes. The young lady then asks the knight what happened, and he replies that it looks like they have a problem with the teleportation circle. The young lady then asks what the problem is, but when she looks out and sees the circle, she wonders if someone has damaged it, and she also doesn't understand where the responsible magicians have gone. The young lady is also shocked, thinking that this was not done with a sword, and also the marks are rough and completely from blunt objects. At that very moment, something sharp crashed into the carriage, and the maid immediately screamed, after which she completely faints, and the main character worries about Betty, and then she hears some strange sounds. Someone then screams for the man to fall into eternal sleep, and the young lady wonders where the orcs came from. There are about a dozen of them, and she won't be able to defeat them, but there's nothing to be done. She can at least examine them. Firstly, the shape of the helmet also has an engraved pattern. These are the Tekin people, but the girl still does not understand why they left their village and attacked the magic tower. The girl then runs somewhere, after which he climbs up on a hill and thinks that she will leave all this for later, but now she needs to do something else. After which the young lady cries out, in their language, that she is actually Miru's daughter. The girl also asks for it to work. She also understands that when she was an orc, some intelligent beings, including spirits, knew about her essence, and at that time she told stories to those orcs who were interested in human civilization. However, unfortunately, she fell into eternal sleep in the part where Miru's daughter was revealed. And now the orcs are in shock. One of them screams that he knew it, and the other claims that he believed it. The main character thinks that this is all quite funny, and the orc asks who this person is. The girl then claims that she has nothing to say to the boy and asks where the chief of the tribe is now. The orc then asks if the young lady is a wanderer, and the girl replies that she is wondering where the tribe's leader is. However, the orc only gets angry after this and screams that the great leader fell into the flames, and the people made a lot of fire in their villages 4 days ago, and the children and old people wave their swords as they want. The young lady then wonders what kind of madman decided to set fire to the village of the Tikan tribe, and why the girl also understands that the land on which the orc tribe settled is Bahel. This place is a common wasteland for people, and in addition, it is the abode of many monsters, and if we make the slightest noise, all the monsters immediately run to this place. The young lady now says that it is clear and asks where the wounded are. However, the orc claims that he heard the wanderer no longer makes medicine, and she was an orc but now a human, and also wonders how one can trust that the wanderer will not betray them. The girl then understands his reaction and thinks that it was the people who suddenly broke in on them and destroyed their village, after which she comes closer to him and asserts that she will help them. The young lady claims that she does not forget about gratitude because once upon a time, the Tekun tribe helped her, and she wants to repay this favor. The orc says, well, we claim that the wanderer is a precious person, and if they take her, there will be a problem. The girl then looks at one of the orcs and claims that it is not a problem. Then one of them grabs the girl and says that they can go faster. Then the young lady then screams for him to wait because she will get sick. However, the orc says that there is no time. A little while later, the young lady is already getting off him and also feels you not very well. The orc claims that they have arrived, and the young lady looks ahead and asks if this is a cave. Then the girl goes inside and sees orcs there. One of them then asks in shock if this is really a person, after which he takes a stone in his hand and starts throwing it at her. However, another orc claims that this is the chieftain's guest whom he brought, after which the orcs are a little surprised. And the main character, a little while later, already goes to the chieftain. He addresses the wanderer, and the girl understands that he speaks pure human speech and that he really is a leader. The girl claims that she heard a little from the warrior, but would like to know more, after which she asks what happened. The chief claims that there was a surprise attack, and the warriors were lured out of the village. Then a grass field was set on fire, and the fire spread in an instant. They had no choice but to run, but the people did not give up and continued to chase them. The young lady asks if they were really being chased, and she replies that they were, and as soon as they got there, the pursuit stopped, but he doesn't know when they won't return. The doctor fell into eternal sleep on the way, and the children and old people suffered greatly, after which he asks if the wanderer will help them too, and the girl then replies that they should leave it to her, and also lend her some of their warriors, because after all she is an herbalist. A little while later, one of the orcs claims that he brought herbs. However, the main character only gets angry and screams that she told him that he needed to bring leaves with pointed ends, and these have smooth tips. The orc then says that they all look the same, and the girl understands that she asked to find medicinal herbs, but they only drag poisonous ones. At this time, one of them also comes up and claims that he brought it, and the young lady understands that these are all the herbs she needs. The main character asks if he collected them carefully, after which she says that the orc is a good guy. After such words, he only gets embarrassed, and the main character thinks what a cutie he is. Another orc approaches the wanderer and claims that he has brought water and that it is spring water, where she said. The young lady then says that she can be trusted, and she understands that in fact this territory used to be a training ground for a magic tower, so she knows everything there. Well, even though it is now a restricted area, but nothing has changed. At that moment, one of the orcs screams that the people are chasing them, and they have gone so far. The other orc then gets angry and asks where they are since he is going. However, the young lady replies that no, and it is not necessary, after which she tells the warriors to return to the cave and wait for her order. The orcs are perplexed and ask what about the enemy since he is close by, but the young lady claims that they will be taken care of themselves. One of the men at this time claims that they need to comb this area, but his ward asks the captain why they should do this, and weren't they ordered to drive the orcs to the magic tower? The man says that it is so, but the one who gave them this order, this man who can make aristocrats out of them. The man then asks in shock if they can really become nobles, and their captain thinks that, and who said that he can't be an aristocrat because he is smart, and also immediately realized that the main thing in this order, so he just needs to get rid of this mud blood, and he is also sure that the girl is there, because they drove the orcs so that they would finish her off. So all that remains is to make sure that they succeeded, and it's good that he saved this with him. A little while later, one of them screams for the captain to look, because there is a child there. The young lady at this time says that she is so scared, and one of the wards claims that there should be orcs nearby, so they need to find them first, but the captain tells them to stop, because this girl is their real target. One of the wards claims that her clothes look so expensive, and she is definitely from some noble family. However, the captain tells the guy not to worry because they will remain unpunished, after which they come closer to the young lady, and the girl only tells them to save her. But when the man steps forward, then the ground beneath him collapses, and the main character only smirks. She understands that once upon a time, mid-level earth magic was practiced there. And although it looks very ordinary, there is no big hole hidden in the middle. The man being in the hole cries out, "Did she lure them in on purpose?" And the girl replies that it was she who lured them in. After which the captain cries out, "Does she really think that they won't be able to get out of there?" But the girl only says that even though the hole is deep, and there are a lot of them there, but she still says that she wonders if they will be able to get out alive. The captain then screams at her to wait and spare them, because then he will tell who ordered it. However, the young lady apologizes, but claims that it is obvious to her who this person is, after which the girl turns to Okul, and he obeys, and the young lady only points to the guy she was talking to, and claims that he is the boss, so let him bring everything he has. The orc then furiously jumps on this guy and screams that they were chasing them, so they need to teach these people a lesson. When they are already dealing with these people, they ask the wanderer whether they should remove the bodies, and the girl replies that no, and she will clean up there herself. Then the orc cries out that they are returning to the tribe. The young lady, looking at the things of those people, thinks that there must be something useful there, after which she finds a coin and understands that this thing should not be with the bandits. At this time, one of the orcs turns to the young lady. The girl then asks him if he will stop pretending. She also understands that he is the only one who is able to find the necessary herbs, although he should not have known what they look like. And besides, he speaks the human language perfectly. After which, the young lady says that she thinks it is time for him to show his true face and addresses him as Lionel. The boy then transforms into his true form and tells the teacher that so much time has passed. The girl realizes that she clearly remembers when she first met Lionel. He had sunken cheeks and bony hands, and it turned out he could fall into eternal sleep right before her eyes, but his eyes shone with life. And now the girl claims that she is so glad that everything is fine with him. And the young man with a smile on his face says that it is all thanks to the teacher, and if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to survive his childhood. The girl replies that it's not true, and he could have, even if she hadn't been there. However, the young man replies that everything is not so, and only thanks to the teacher he was able to survive, because he had no one and no one tried to help him, and she was the only one who did not ignore him. And he has only her. The main character then thinks that when the guy smiles like that, she remembers him as a child. The girl also turns to Lionel and also wonders how he survived. She understands that the guy should have long ago fallen into eternal sleep, so she wonders why her student is alive, and unlike her, he reincarnated into his original body every time. The young lady also says that it is so strange, and only some gods are allowed to prolong human life, but neither the main god nor Datom told her anything, and if you gods created someone like her, they would have revealed his identity. Then there is only one thing left, and the young lady wonders if he got this power from the evil god. The girl understands that even before she was born, the nameless god tried to put his father into eternal sleep, who was the main god. But he could not defeat him, and was soon defeated, and the main god forgave him, but he was expelled from the divine kingdom to earth, and having united with earthly evil became an evil god. The young man then claims that he knows what the teacher is worried about, but claims that her student is not so simple. After which the guy snaps his fingers, and at that very moment a flame lights up in the pit, and the young man claims that he said that he would definitely find her. Lottie realizes that he performed magic without a spell or delay, and is most likely a 10th circle magician. But he got rid of the undead bodies in an instant. Lionel says that he has taken care of these bandits so that the teacher can return safely. The girl then agrees, and the boy claims that he has forgotten. After which, he claims that she should not trust the gods too much, especially the Supreme Being. The main character then asks why, and the guy wonders if it's not strange, because he continued to look for a teacher in this body, but they couldn't meet for such a long time. And when he managed to find her, every time she was already lifeless, and this happened absolutely every time. And when the guy touched her body, it was warm as if she had just plunged into eternal sleep. And the young man was interested in who could so deftly plunge her into eternal sleep. After which the guy leaves and says that they will meet again. A little while later, the young lady already comes to the orcs in the cave and says that they can apply these herbs to the tap and wrap it in cloth. And he also hands them others and claims that they need to be steeped in boiled water and then drunk. Org then says that it is clear, and the girl claims that before she leaves, she wants to see the chief of the tribe again, after which the orc tells the young lady to follow him, and then the girl comes to him waiting, and he thanks her. But the main character claims that she did not come to receive words of gratitude, and asks if he is thinking about going to the police. It is a spacious place near Kranis, so there are not many people there, and it is an ideal place for a new settlement. One of the orcs asks why Mentre, and the girl replies that she knows who lives there, and he understands that if the orcs can give him what he wants, then this man will never betray them, and it will be a little expensive. But now she claims that she will talk to him, and he will give them land and help them build a new village. The girl also understands that in the end, she is to blame for their trouble. But then one of the orcs claims that they refuse, and the young lady asks why. The orc replies that they have been there for generations and will find their place and will not leave and will fight. However, the young lady claims that people will definitely return. The chief replies that they know and people will persecute them and bring them troubles, but they will fight because it is their pride. The girl then thinks that the thing they will never compromise on is their pride, and that cannot be changed. After which the girl says that it's fine, but let them accept the materials that she sends them through her friend, and she won't accept refusal. However, the chief then tells the wanderer to wait, and the young lady asks, "What is it?" And the orc replies that not long ago there was a small earthquake in Kranis. The girl then claims that this kind of thing happens there all the time, and asks what they are worried about, and the chieftain claims that Pendrede is waking up. A little while later the girl is already saying goodbye to the orc, and also thanking him. The orc claims that they will not forget her, and the girl saved their tribe, and the main character is a little surprised, but then claims that it is all because of her. She understands that if only she had not gone to the magic tower, then the Marquise would not have messed with this tribe. However, the orc screams that no and bad people attacked, and also they are a victim, and she too, so let the girl not blame herself. The main character is then a little surprised, but then he agrees with a smile on his face, and also tells them to go north as soon as the wounded get better, and there is a forest where they can hide for a while. A little while later, the young lady is already returning to the place where the magic circle should be, and realizes that it looks like they are already restoring it, and one of the knights shouts that they are almost finished. The girl also sees herself nearby and understands that this is an illusion spell that copies her. Then the young lady dispels it and approaches the place where she should be. One of the knights immediately runs up to Her Highness and claims that they can leave now, to which the girl agrees and says that they can go. The young lady also wonders what happened to the orc tribe. The young man replies that they were chased, and it seems they went east. The girl then realizes that they sent the knights in the opposite direction from them, and Lionel will take care of even that. The young ladies understand that the bandits were experienced, and she thinks that they did not leave any traces when they got there. But the territory of the Magic Tower is a place where you can find any speck of dust, and she is sure that very soon they will find traces left by people. So she asks them to quickly find them and deal with this for her. The knight then claims that instead of the damaged carriage, the Magic Tower prepared a new one for the girl, after which she thanks him and fixes the carriage, and also thinks that so much has happened. And she found her diary and also brought Leonard to his senses, saw the orc tribe, and also learned about her friend's awakening, and also about Lionel with the gods. The girl also understands that it is not that she does not know about their connection with her immersion in eternal sleep, but it would be better for her to prepare. When the girl returns to her palace, she says she doesn't want to work. She realizes that 4 years have passed since she returned from the Magic Tower, but all she did was, it just lay there, and even if the gods united with the evil spirits, it would never move from its place. Just like Pendrady, the fact that there was a small earthquake is just a testament to the fact that he stretched sweetly in his sleep, and she knows him better than anyone. And in other words, doing anything now is a waste of time, and she will rest for the rest of her days. Well, then someone turns to Her Highness, apologizes for disturbing her peace, but claims it is urgent. The protagonist asks if it is really a letter, after which he sees everything there. The imperial seal says that anything but that. The woman then claims that she thinks the young lady's guess is correct, but the girl only cries out that this cannot be, and the maid asks Her Highness if she should not open it first. The girl then reaches for the letter, and when she opens it, she sees that it says that the new year has arrived, and the time of calm has returned, and also learns that she is worried about the terrible news. She decided to hold a ball, and the main character realizes that here comes the social season. This is the season when unmarried people attend daily parties to find a partner, and at these parties there is always a debutante. She was usually an exception. However, the young lady is a member of the imperial family, and it is her duty, and also a terrible law, so she had to go early in the morning to get a new dress. At this time, the woman asks the girl if she doesn't like the social season at all, and the young lady replies that yes, she doesn't like crowds of people either, and she also doesn't know what to talk about or with whom. And besides, she doesn't know how to dance at all. Liena then asks in shock if the lady can't dance, and the girl replies that yes, and she never learned. So how could she know how to do it? The woman replies that this is true, and she has never attended any dance classes, and copes with everything perfectly well, so she thought that their dances were within her capabilities. The young lady then asks if Liena can teach her, and the woman apologizes, but claims that the first song has already been chosen, and she doesn't know it. After which she finally understands what she came up with, and she will ask her friends who may be able to teach her to dance. She also claims that Miss Whitney is a dancer, and she knows all the modern dances. She also has a talent for teaching. So, there shouldn't be any problem with just one song. The main character then asks if Miss will find time for her, and her interlocutor says that she will, because Miss Whitney is Duke Marcus's head governess. Lottie wonders who it is, after which she finally remembers this guy and realizes that it was during the time of the first emperor. She worked as a doctor in the imperial palace, so she often met the perpetually injured Marcus, who was too clumsy for a knight, and because of this, they talked a lot. Even after she returned to Cranius, he often sent her letters, and the guy wrote there that this time he was lucky and also got hanged, and he would definitely tell her all the details when they met. The young man also claimed that he had a beautiful baby, so let Jin come visit quickly. The girl understands that this was his last letter, because the following year he fell into eternal sleep during the war. The woman at this time says that Duke Marcus is now in the estate with the prince and princess, so Miss Whitney has a lot of free time. The main character says that this is good, and her interlocutor claims that this way His Grace the Duke can visit her, and the main character asks how. And her maid claims that in fact, the Duke has been suffering from illnesses for a long time, and that is why Miss Whitney knows a lot about healing herbs. The main character then thinks that this is how they met. A little while later, the girl finds herself near a simple family home and asks if they have arrived at the right address. The woman replies that yes, everything is correct, and also this shop is run by the seamstress Miller, and it is now the most famous studio in the capital. The main character says that during the social season, such an atelier has many orders, and asks if this is true, and the woman answers that she is right. So she signed up 3 years ago. The main character is shocked and wonders if she really signed up 3 years ago. Meanwhile, one of the workers greets them and states that his name is Taylor Will. The guy also asks them to confirm their date of birth and personal stamp to verify the booking, after which the woman agrees, and the young lady wonders if this is really necessary. The young man then tells them to wait there for a little while. The prophet will soon arrive, and he will bring them something to drink. The main character then asks if the woman is so easily ready to give her her reservation, which she has been waiting for so long. And the maid replies that of course, and this is the least she can offer the lady. But the main character thinks that she is so ashamed, and she wonders if they will agree to make a second dress for Miss Selah if she pays extra. But at this time, someone else comes into the house, and the worker says that the lady can't do this, but the girl claims that she also made a reservation at least 6 months ago, and the man claims that it's not her turn yet. After which the lady with pink hair enters the room, and the main character realizes that it is she. Melia then only smirks and says that they have not seen Her Highness Princess Lottie for a long time. The girl also thinks what kind of meeting this was, and how Her Highness dared to accuse her then. But during the prayer celebration, she said that she was wearing a stolen pearl necklace. The Marquise also thinks that nothing like this could have been a gift from Baron Dean, and it was because of her that she had to sit in the mansion for a whole month, and therefore she will not leave the girl alone. The main character only looks coldly at this girl, and the Marquise then turns to Her Highness. The Princess Lottie asks if there is anything she wants to tell her. The young lady then tells her bye, and the girl screams that no and not again. She gave her the wrong information. Lottie then asks what information the lady is talking about, and also if she forgot something. The girl then screams that she is talking about His Majesty the Emperor, and one of the men then asks the lady not to do it here. Well, the girl only screams that it is too noisy there, after which she pushes the worker, and he falls hitting the furniture. The main character watches this in shock, and the lady with pink hair at this time asks how a commoner dares to interfere in the conversation of aristocrats, and whether he is on equal terms with her. The young man then wants to say that this is so, and the girl is only interested in whether this is unfair, but they are commoners under the protection of the aristocracy and live carefree, and this is not surprising. However, Betty says that of course the lady didn't know, but for some reason she decided to sit down right in the hallway. The girl also tells Miss Lottie that she really hates it, after which the maid comes out and slams the door, and the main character wonders if she is angry. But Betty then opens the door and claims that she didn't mean to slam the door so loudly, it was just the wind. The young lady smiles after this, and also understands that she never thought that she would dream of her first life, and even Lionel appeared there. This young man is her first and last disciple, and it is probably because of the man she saw in the temple. More precisely, he looked like her student, only older, and the girl understands that they are similar in appearance, but they are different people because Lionel fell into eternal sleep at least 1,000 years ago. At this moment, someone turns to Her Highness and asks if she can spare him a minute. The girl realizes that it is Padrel's voice and answers that she can. The man then comes in and asks for forgiveness and tells the young lady to lie down because he knows she is not feeling well. The girl replies that yes. She asks him to forgive her for this and also wonders if something happened. The man claims that first of all, he wants to thank the young lady and then bows. And he offers his gratitude as the master of the magic tower and Leonard's teacher. But the young lady then claims that nothing happened in the magic tower. And the man replies that this is true. Nothing happened, but he will never forget that nothing happened. The main character then thinks that now, if necessary, not only the temple is on her side, but also the magic tower, after which she still asks why the Archmage came to her. And the man claims that they will start with the fact that she should be curious, after which he claims that Leonard's condition has improved, and not only has the circle been restored, but now his body is overflowing with mana, and also in the future he will become even stronger. The main character then says that she is very happy, and the man hands her a container with something, and claims that it is a gift for Her Highness. The girl then asks if this is a leaf of the world tree, and the man replies that it is true. When the young lady looks at them, then she understands that these are real leaves of the world tree. But she tried so hard to get at least one, and the world tree is a giant tree, and it is the only one that she has not seen in any of her past lives. And the reason for this is simple. After all, it grows on the territory of the High Elves, and the Alphas are divided into 3 types. The first is the type that is known a lot, and she even reincarnated into one of them. The second kind are the Dark Alphas, and they say that they are corrupted by the power of darkness, but she hasn't seen them, so she can't say for sure. And finally, there are the High Elves, and these are also the most arrogant, so they also seem immortal. These elves do not interact with most other races, and do not leave the territory of the world tree. One day, a girl accidentally found the bark of the world tree and almost died from a detachment sent to chase her. From that moment on, she gave up, and now she can't believe that it happened like this. Well, the young lady then looks into the box and thinks what it is, after which she turns to Mr. Padrel, and here he claims that the girl is right, and this is the fruit of the world tree. The main character then says in shock that her reward is only leaves. The Archmage replies that the raft is from his personal gratitude to her, and he heard that the young lady is in poor health, so let her accept his gift. The main character then kisses the box and says that she will accept it with great gratitude, after which she asks Mr. Padrel and asks where he got it from. The man says he doesn't know if the young lady will believe him, but a long time ago, he helped a man who was lying on the side of the road. The main character wonders what kind of road this is, where they almost hand out rights to the imperial throne. And the girl also wonders if it was by chance a high elf. The man replies that no, and it was an ordinary girl. She also said that she was going to her parents' house to see the child, but she ran out of money, so she got into trouble. He decided to support her and took her to the port of Shirav. The main character when she asks if he took her there, and he also understands that the port of Shirav is a place where ships departing for other continents dock. The man claims that he received this fruit for his help and thinks that she got it from her distant ancestors. The young lady then understands what it is maybe, and no matter how arrogant the alpha is, sometimes they get out into the human world. The man then claims that he seems to have stayed too long with the girl, so he asks for forgiveness, and the young lady says that it's okay, and his story was interesting. Padrel also says that Leonard will visit her tomorrow, and that he is currently meditating. The young lady then says that he definitely will, and because of the red liquid that she gave him, his body is overflowing with mana, and it is logical that he creates a new circle so that it does not flow out. The man at this time tells the girl to have a good rest. And when he comes out, the main character is only happy and says that she succeeded. The girl understands that she received not only the flight of the world tree, but also the fruit. However, she also thinks about how best to use them, and it seems that Roy told her something. After which, the young lady remembers that the best way is to dry the leaves and make tea. A little while later, the maid comes into the mistress's room and asks if she can come in. The girl replies that she can, after which he asks if Betty can boil water, to which she usually replies that yes. A little while later, the main character is already making tea from these leaves, and the maid is surprised and asks what this means because it has such a pleasant aroma. The main character then agrees and understands that she feels this for the first time, and the aroma is gentle and also cool, but at the same time refreshing. But she also thinks why this smell is so nostalgic. After which, the main character invites the maid to have a drink together, and she agrees, and then they drink. The young lady is then a little surprised, and the maid wonders what kind of tea it is. All the fatigue that has accumulated over her life seems to have begun to melt, and she feels light, so she asks Miss Lottie what she will say. The girl also thinks whether she is talking about lightness and fatigue, after which she thinks that all this is not so, and she is about to fly and can even run a marathon. The girl understands that even the mandrake potion would not have given such effects, and there is nothing better for her than the leaves of the world tree. Well, the girl wonders why exactly the leaves of the world tree are one of the most difficult to obtain medicines, but it is impossible to even buy it no matter how much money you have. And what's even more surprising is that she is a simple human, not a representative of another race, but the best medicine for her is a byproduct of the world tree. Each race has its own ideal medicine, and gnomes are generally well suited to medicines based on roots with strong earth energy. For mermaids, the best medicines will be those based on the power of water, and for people, anything of good quality is suitable, especially if you take more. The maid turns to Miss Lottie and asks if something is wrong, and the girl replies that there is not, and the young lady also asks when they are going to the palace. The girl replies that His Highness Leonard said that he is currently busy training, and he wonders if the lady wants to wait until it's finished and come back with him. The main character then thinks that no, and Leonardo will still be working hard for a long time to strengthen his circles, so he won't be able to go with them, but she needs to see him, so she'll go after that. As the boy finishes meditating and goes to the emperor because she must beg to save the world tree, the girl also understands that she will return to the imperial family as soon as possible. A little while later, someone asks if Princess Lottie has left the palace. One of the servants replies that yes, and indeed she has. According to the speaker, she left this morning, and it was also reported that Prince Leonard went with her. The man then asks what he is talking about, and the servant states that they assume that the destination is this magical tower, but they still haven't figured out the reason. Then the servant also asks if they should send spies to the tower, and the man replies that if the magicians catch them, it will end badly. And although both the temple and the tower have great power, they cannot be turned into enemies. But it is a completely different matter if the wizards from the tower voluntarily tell them the reason for the princess's arrival, and the man asks if this is true. The servant then says that he too will question one of the magicians under the pretext of discussing the situation with the money. The man then thinks what kind of vile creature is Lottie Pandarian, and he thought that it would be easy to deal with her, and no one would suspect anything about her plunging into eternal sleep if everyone knew how sick her body was. He also remembers how he told His Majesty that he couldn't do this, and he didn't even know whose child it was. And he also understands that he was able to easily isolate the girl, and all that was left was to quickly trample her, and that's it. But suddenly, the young lady cleared her name of the poisoning charges, and thus attracted the attention of the emperor. She also dealt with Baron Dean and caught smugglers in an illegal gambling house, for which he had to pay, but fortunately the damage was small, and then his stupid daughter made a mistake. The girl then asked how she could know that this pearl necklace was given to her by His Majesty the Emperor, and the man understood that he had told his daughter not to take what the Baron brought, but to immediately give it to him, and he just needs to fix everything. So now he tells Luga to tell him to get it done by the end of the day. The young man then asks if the gentleman is sure, because a little earlier he said that it is not worth getting into the magic tower. The man then says that this is true, but they have nothing in common with these stupid monsters. The main character at this time turns to Leonard and claims that she heard he finished his training at dawn, and also asks if he feels better. The guy replies that he feels very well. The young lady then thinks that it seems to be true, but just in case she wants to check. Then she asks if the prince can give her his hand. The young man replies that of course, after which he extends his hand. But he also looks at the young lady and asks why it seems to him that Lottie is very similar to her, and the girl thinks that he should guess. After she enters the carriage, she asks the guy if he knows what Padril told about it. That Archmage, Carmel, was a commoner. The Crown Prince is a little surprised after this, but then smiles and says that it is good. He also says goodbye and claims that as soon as he finishes his business, there he will come to the Imperial Palace. Then the main character and the maid leave, and the girl claims that 20 years is a long time. The maid asks what the mistress is talking about, and the main character replies that no, and she thinks that in 10 years, a new Archmage will appear, and the girl understands that he will be on her side, because then she will use him whenever she wants. Betty at this time claims that Miss Lottie's face frightens her, after which the girl also asks if the lady thinks that they have too few escorts. The girl answers that yes, it is true, it is too few, and also understands that she asked to keep her knowledge of the Lundo language a secret, which is why there are so few people. Well, the maid claims that this is not a problem, and it is not far from the Imperial Palace to the magic teleportation circle, and they are on the territory of the magic tower, and if problems arise, then the magicians will immediately come to their aid. Betty then says, with a smile on her face, that it is good, and she asks if she told Miss Lottie that Raven last time, after which they talk about something else, but suddenly the carriage shakes. The young lady then asks the knight what happened, and he replies that it looks like they have a problem with the teleportation circle. The young lady then asks what the problem is, but when she looks out and sees the circle, she wonders if someone has damaged it, and she also doesn't understand where the responsible magicians have gone. The young lady is also shocked, thinking that this was not done with a sword, and also the marks are rough and completely from blunt objects. At that very moment, something sharp crashed into the carriage, and the maid immediately screamed, after which she completely faints, and the main character worries about Betty, and then she hears some strange sounds. Someone then screams for the man to fall into eternal sleep, and the young lady wonders where the orcs came from. There are about a dozen of them, and she won't be able to defeat them, but there's nothing to be done. She can at least examine them. Firstly, the shape of the helmet also has an engraved pattern. These are the Tekin people, but the girl still does not understand why they left their village and attacked the magic tower. The girl then runs somewhere, after which he climbs up on a hill and thinks that she will leave all this for later, but now she needs to do something else. After which the young lady cries out, in their language, that she is actually Miru's daughter. The girl also asks for it to work. She also understands that when she was an orc, some intelligent beings, including spirits, knew about her essence, and at that time she told stories to those orcs who were interested in human civilization. However, unfortunately, she fell into eternal sleep in the part where Miru's daughter was revealed. And now the orcs are in shock. One of them screams that he knew it, and the other claims that he believed it. The main character thinks that this is all quite funny, and the orc asks who this person is. The girl then claims that she has nothing to say to the boy and asks where the chief of the tribe is now. The orc then asks if the young lady is a wanderer, and the girl replies that she is wondering where the tribe's leader is. However, the orc only gets angry after this and screams that the great leader fell into the flames, and the people made a lot of fire in their villages 4 days ago, and the children and old people wave their swords as they want. The young lady then wonders what kind of madman decided to set fire to the village of the Tikan tribe, and why the girl also understands that the land on which the orc tribe settled is Bahel. This place is a common wasteland for people, and in addition, it is the abode of many monsters, and if we make the slightest noise, all the monsters immediately run to this place. The young lady now says that it is clear and asks where the wounded are. However, the orc claims that he heard the wanderer no longer makes medicine, and she was an orc but now a human, and also wonders how one can trust that the wanderer will not betray them. The girl then understands his reaction and thinks that it was the people who suddenly broke in on them and destroyed their village, after which she comes closer to him and asserts that she will help them. The young lady claims that she does not forget about gratitude because once upon a time, the Tekun tribe helped her, and she wants to repay this favor. The orc says, well, we claim that the wanderer is a precious person, and if they take her, there will be a problem. The girl then looks at one of the orcs and claims that it is not a problem. Then one of them grabs the girl and says that they can go faster. Then the young lady then screams for him to wait because she will get sick. However, the orc says that there is no time. A little while later, the young lady is already getting off him and also feels you not very well. The orc claims that they have arrived, and the young lady looks ahead and asks if this is a cave. Then the girl goes inside and sees orcs there. One of them then asks in shock if this is really a person, after which he takes a stone in his hand and starts throwing it at her. However, another orc claims that this is the chieftain's guest whom he brought, after which the orcs are a little surprised. And the main character, a little while later, already goes to the chieftain. He addresses the wanderer, and the girl understands that he speaks pure human speech and that he really is a leader. The girl claims that she heard a little from the warrior, but would like to know more, after which she asks what happened. The chief claims that there was a surprise attack, and the warriors were lured out of the village. Then a grass field was set on fire, and the fire spread in an instant. They had no choice but to run, but the people did not give up and continued to chase them. The young lady asks if they were really being chased, and she replies that they were, and as soon as they got there, the pursuit stopped, but he doesn't know when they won't return. The doctor fell into eternal sleep on the way, and the children and old people suffered greatly, after which he asks if the wanderer will help them too, and the girl then replies that they should leave it to her, and also lend her some of their warriors, because after all she is an herbalist. A little while later, one of the orcs claims that he brought herbs. However, the main character only gets angry and screams that she told him that he needed to bring leaves with pointed ends, and these have smooth tips. The orc then says that they all look the same, and the girl understands that she asked to find medicinal herbs, but they only drag poisonous ones. At this time, one of them also comes up and claims that he brought it, and the young lady understands that these are all the herbs she needs. The main character asks if he collected them carefully, after which she says that the orc is a good guy. After such words, he only gets embarrassed, and the main character thinks what a cutie he is. Another orc approaches the wanderer and claims that he has brought water and that it is spring water, where she said. The young lady then says that she can be trusted, and she understands that in fact this territory used to be a training ground for a magic tower, so she knows everything there. Well, even though it is now a restricted area, but nothing has changed. At that moment, one of the orcs screams that the people are chasing them, and they have gone so far. The other orc then gets angry and asks where they are since he is going. However, the young lady replies that no, and it is not necessary, after which she tells the warriors to return to the cave and wait for her order. The orcs are perplexed and ask what about the enemy since he is close by, but the young lady claims that they will be taken care of themselves. One of the men at this time claims that they need to comb this area, but his ward asks the captain why they should do this, and weren't they ordered to drive the orcs to the magic tower? The man says that it is so. But the one who gave them this order, this man who can make aristocrats out of them. The man then asks in shock if they can really become nobles. And their captain thinks that, and who said that he can't be an aristocrat because he is smart, and also immediately realized that the main thing in this order, so he just needs to get rid of this mudblood. And he is also sure that the girl is there, because they drove the orcs so that they would finish her off. So all that remains is to make sure that they succeeded. And it's good that he saved this with him. A little while later, one of them screams for the captain to look, because there is a child there. The young lady at this time says that she is so scared, and one of the wards claims that there should be orcs nearby, so they need to find them first, but the captain tells them to stop, because this girl is their real target. One of the wards claims that her clothes look so expensive, and she is definitely from some noble family. However, the captain tells the guy not to worry because they will remain unpunished, after which they come closer to the young lady, and the girl only tells them to save her. But when the man steps forward, then the ground beneath him collapses, and the main character only smirks. She understands that once upon a time, mid-level earth magic was practiced there. And although it looks very ordinary, there is no big hole hidden in the middle. The man being in the hole cries out, "Did she lure them in on purpose?" And the girl replies that it was she who lured them in. After which the captain cries out, "Does she really think that they won't be able to get out of there?" But the girl only says that even though the hole is deep, and there are a lot of them there, but she still says that she wonders if they will be able to get out alive. The captain then screams at her to wait and spare them, because then he will tell who ordered it. However, the young lady apologizes, but claims that it is obvious to her who this person is, after which the girl turns to Okul, and he obeys. And the young lady only points to the guy she was talking to, and claims that he is the boss, so let him bring everything he has. The orc then furiously jumps on this guy and screams that they were chasing them, so they need to teach these people a lesson. When they are already dealing with these people, they ask the wanderer whether they should remove the bodies, and the girl replies that no, and she will clean up there herself. Then the orc cries out that they are returning to the tribe. The young lady, looking at the things of those people, thinks that there must be something useful there, after which she finds a coin and understands that this thing should not be with the bandits. At this time, one of the orcs turns to the young lady. The girl then asks him if he will stop pretending. She also understands that he is the only one who is able to find the necessary herbs, although he should not have known what they look like. And besides, he speaks the human language perfectly. After which, the young lady says that she thinks it is time for him to show his true face and addresses him as Lionel. The boy then transforms into his true form and tells the teacher that so much time has passed. The girl realizes that she clearly remembers when she first met Lionel. He had sunken cheeks and bony hands, and it turned out he could fall into eternal sleep right before her eyes, but his eyes shone with life. And now the girl claims that she is so glad that everything is fine with him. And the young man with a smile on his face says that it is all thanks to the teacher. And if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to survive his childhood. The girl replies that it's not true, and he could have, even if she hadn't been there. However, the young man replies that everything is not so, and only thanks to the teacher he was able to survive, because he had no one and no one tried to help him, and she was the only one who did not ignore him. And he has only her. The main character then thinks that when the guy smiles like that, she remembers him as a child. The girl also turns to Lionel and also wonders how he survived. She understands that the guy should have long ago fallen into eternal sleep, so she wonders why her student is alive, and unlike her, he reincarnated into his original body every time. The young lady also says that it is so strange, and only some gods are allowed to prolong human life. But neither the main god nor Datom told her anything, and if you gods created someone like her, they would have revealed his identity. Then there is only one thing left, and the young lady wonders if he got this power from the evil god. The girl understands that even before she was born, the nameless god tried to put his father into eternal sleep, who was the main god. But he could not defeat him, and was soon defeated, and the main god forgave him, but he was expelled from the divine kingdom to earth, and having united with earthly evil became an evil god. The young man then claims that he knows what the teacher is worried about, but claims that her student is not so simple. After which the guy snaps his fingers, and at that very moment a flame lights up in the pit, and the young man claims that he said that he would definitely find her. Lottie realizes that he performed magic without a spell or delay, and is most likely a 10th circle magician. But he got rid of the undead bodies in an instant. Lionel says that he has taken care of these bandits so that the teacher can return safely. The girl then agrees, and the boy claims that he has forgotten. After which, he claims that she should not trust the gods too much, especially the Supreme Being. The main character then asks why. And the guy wonders if it's not strange, because he continued to look for a teacher in this body, but they couldn't meet for such a long time. And when he managed to find her, every time she was already lifeless, and this happened absolutely every time. And when the guy touched her body, it was warm as if she had just plunged into eternal sleep. And the young man was interested in who could so deftly plunge her into eternal sleep. After which the guy leaves and says that they will meet again. A little while later, the young lady already comes to the orcs in the cave and says that they can apply these herbs to the tap and wrap it in cloth. And he also hands them others and claims that they need to be steeped in boiled water and then drunk. Org then says that it is clear, and the girl claims that before she leaves, she wants to see the chief of the tribe again, after which the orc tells the young lady to follow him, and then the girl comes to him waiting, and he thanks her. But the main character claims that she did not come to receive words of gratitude, and asks if he is thinking about going to the police. It is a spacious place near Kranis, so there are not many people there, and it is an ideal place for a new settlement. One of the orcs asks why Mentre, and the girl replies that she knows who lives there, and he understands that if the orcs can give him what he wants, then this man will never betray them, and it will be a little expensive. But now she claims that she will talk to him, and he will give them land and help them build a new village. The girl also understands that in the end, she is to blame for their trouble. But then one of the orcs claims that they refuse, and the young lady asks why. The orc replies that they have been there for generations and will find their place and will not leave and will fight. However, the young lady claims that people will definitely return. The chief replies that they know and people will persecute them and bring them troubles, but they will fight because it is their pride. The girl then thinks that the thing they will never compromise on is their pride, and that cannot be changed. After which the girl says that it's fine, but let them accept the materials that she sends them through her friend, and she won't accept refusal. However, the chief then tells the wanderer to wait, and the young lady asks, "What is it?" And the orc replies that not long ago there was a small earthquake in Kranis. The girl then claims that this kind of thing happens there all the time, and asks what they are worried about. And the chieftain claims that Pendreed is waking up. A little while later, the girl is already saying goodbye to the orc and also thanking him. The orc claims that they will not forget her, and the girl saved their tribe. And the main character is a little surprised, but then claims that it is all because of her. She understands that if only she had not gone to the magic tower, then the Marquise would not have messed with this tribe.